players. Welcome to Honor of Kings. Born in 2015, Honor of Kings is the world's most played mobile MOBA with over 200 million registered users and 100 million daily active users. It has witnessed a total of 73 billion views of esports content in a single year, and recently seen international teams battling it out for a prize pool of $10 million at the 2022 KAW tournament. Since launch, Honor of Kings has been continuously refined and crafted to be the ultimate competitive game on mobile. Now, we are going to take you behind the scenes as we share some of the development ideas that went into creating the game. Let's go! How to create the world's most played mobile MOBA. This was the goal we set ourselves, and from it, Honor of Kings was born. Within the game, players take on the roles of their favorite heroes to fight alongside their teammates in the Gorge and ultimately attain victory. Now, Honor of Kings is coming to Brazil. Through the game's journey from the East, cross-cultural encounters have generated a wonderful chemistry along the way. But what remains unchanged is Honor of Kings' core concept and the pursuit of perfection in game and hero design. These are constantly at the forefront of our thinking. At the early stages of hero design, the first things we ask are, what kind of experience can the hero give the player? How can we make our roster of heroes fully fleshed out and realistic? What kind of visual appearance, personality, and backstory do they have? And what type of weapon and combat style is most suitable for them? What are their strengths and weaknesses? Then, even deeper questions. What is the hero's mission? What are they fighting for? What makes film characters so beloved to us is that the creator uses an intuitive and visual story to bring them into our world. It's the same in Honor of Kings. To bring a hero into the player's world, we have to create their story, making them a vivid, vibrant, and living character, not just a generic persona that will be forgotten after a single glance. Ying was created in just this way. Though she appears to be just an energetic young hero, her background story is rich and vibrant. In the world of Honor of Kings, Ying was born to the prosperous and tolerant city of Chang'an. We wanted her to inherit the long history of Chang'an while also injecting fresh blood into the city. Born into a family of military generals, Ying grew up hearing stories of great warriors and eventually aspired to become a legendary hero, a torch to light up the ages. Thus, with her fiery heart, she becomes the protector of Chang'an. On the surface, it appears that Ying just likes to stir up trouble, but on the inside, she is driven by a desire to stand up for her friends and protect the weak. Ultimately, she realizes the real meaning of picking up her spear, to become someone who can protect others. That's the Ying we hoped to create, energetic and courageous. We hope that many players will see their reflection in Ying and resonate with her story. With an understanding of her inner mind, the next step is to make it come to life visually. The most common way to do this is with specific visual design elements. Ying's warm red and white design and flame elements reflect her fiery, passionate, and outgoing character. At the same time, her spear has a variety of forms, transforming from its regular style to one with burning flames at the spearhead, which represents the awakening of her power and the growth of her personality. Facial expressions and body movement are also crucial to reflect the hero's special traits. A stern and cold hero like the assassin Mirrorblade doesn't require much expressiveness. Her facial profile is more skeletal than other female characters, giving her a sense of coldness. Her gestures appear similarly direct and deadly. Each hero's costume features also need to match the character's setting. Taking Nuwa as an example, she is a super being who created Primera. A mask covers her eyes, bringing a sense of mystery, while the ring on her back represents the halo of the super beings. Her costume is composed mostly of circles and triangles, reflecting the connections with the ancient secrets of the game world. In addition to the story and visual design, we also have to produce the core playstyle for the hero based on their traits. For a hero like Ying, who was born into a family of generals, we decided that her skills should be focused around Chinese spear techniques. We designed 7 moves for Ying and turned them into Ying's skills and basic attacks, hoping to show the ever-changing, capricious, and unpredictable characteristics of Chinese spear techniques. Many heroes use spears as weapons, so to make hers unique, we found the red tassel spear from traditional Chinese weapons, retaining the flexibility instead of the hard pole and head. These elements give a sense of softness, overpowering stiffness. Ying also uses 2 hands to wield the spear, which is rarely seen in Honor of Kings and other games. We cooperated with martial artists from Mount Hermé who keep these traditions alive, and integrated and used real body movements of Chinese kung fu masters in Ying's spear moves, giving players a realistic and engaging gaming experience. For the cold assassin Lam, we took inspiration from his method of lurking alone to give him shark-like characteristics. Through the power of sorcery, Lam can transform water into the shape of a shark that he cloaks himself in, allowing him to swim in the gorge with only his fin showing. And at the crucial moment, he leaps out in the form of a giant watery shark to inflict powerful control skills and fatal damage. Since his shark-like appearance is very memorable, players refer to him affectionately as Baby Shark. After completing the core designs for the game world, graphics, and gameplay, there is still a large team involved in further work, including modelers, animators, special effect artists, audio designers, managers, testers, marketers, and more. These all work together to bring the heroes from the sketchpad to the game. Our ultimate goal is to let the players who choose any role or any hero receive recognition and satisfaction, experience their own highlight moments, and feel the extreme fun of competition in our game. In this Dev Talk, we have aimed to present the team's creative process for designing heroes and to give you all a better understanding of Honor of Kings. That's all for this Dev Talk. Stay tuned for the next one. For more insights on version updates and improvements, keep an eye on Ying's column on our official social media channels. That's where we collect all of your questions and do our best to provide you with answers. We look forward to your feedback and suggestions.
Parece mais um trabalho pra mim. Cadê você?
Ai, não. Não podem me ver aqui.
O quê? Pelas costas? Que vergonha! Ainda tem alguém aqui. Ei! Fica tranquilo, tá sob controle.
Ai, que burra!
Deixa comigo!
Tem que sair daqui! Parabéns! Eu vou te enfrentar!
Yi, você não deve se importar. Se sua lança partir, não é ela que te torna uma heroína. O que faz?
O que faz?
De um herói um herói.
De um herói um herói. É a luz em seu coração. Uma luz brilhante que queima mesmo sem fogo. Fogo selvagem! Ai, que irado! Eu consegui fazer o fogo selvagem! Que irado! Eu consegui!
Fogo! Ah, não! Eu tô pegando fogo!
Eu fiz a fogo! Eu fiz!
Não machuquem ela. Só peguem o mecha.
Ninguém me segura! Lança ardente! E aí, Brasil?
Dear players, as the S1 finals come to a close, the much-anticipated 2023 KAW Season 2 is set to begin again. 12 teams from Malaysia, Japan, Philippines, Korea, Myanmar, Laos, and Nepal will compete for a total of 500,000 yuan, award over 25 match days.
The first pentakill of the season, KAW, and there you go!
The regular season will kick off on July 27th with 2 rounds. In the first round of the regular season, the 12 teams will be divided into 2 groups based on the S1 competition points. The top 6 teams in the Season 1 will directly enter Group A. The rest of the teams in S1 and the teams newly joined in S2 will enter Group B. Teams from each group will be playing against each other in a BO2 single round robin format in 9 days, with 3 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, and 0 point for a loss. After the first round, the qualification for the game will be determined based on the point ranking. The teams ranked 5th and 6th in Group A and top 2 teams in Group B will compete for promotion and relegation format in 2 BO5 games on August 11th. The winning 2 teams will enter Group A in the second round, and the losers will enter Group B. The second round of the regular season will start on August 13th. All teams will have their past points cleared and will participate in a 9-day intra-group BO2 single round robin. After the game, all teams in Group A and the top 2 teams in Group B will qualify for the playoffs, while the remaining 4 teams will be eliminated. After the regular season comes to an end, the playoffs will start on August 31st. The 8 qualifying teams will compete in a 5-day double elimination competition, as shown in the diagram, for the 2 tickets to the finals. The much-anticipated KAW League Season 2 Finals will take place on September 7th. There will be a BO7 single elimination competition, and when the game is at 3-3, it will enter the Ultimate Battle Mode. And then the first team to win 4 games will be crowned the Ultimate Champion. Finally, we are pleased to announce that the champion of the KAW Season 2 will be directly for the 2023 KIC Wildcard Qualified Competition, and they will compete with teams from other countries and regions for a place in the 2023 Honor of Kings International Championship. Who is favored to win the championship? Let us look forward to it together.
Sure, if we use that flash, but here comes Nova. Wait, it's gonna jump and it's gonna fall down, and the combination of those players are working so well together. And here, Leon. Another kill, double kill.
色原无色，空以灰空。你真的会用这玩意儿吗？
Oh, that is going to be a close call. He gets on top. Instead, actually giving two time. That's a great push. And getting anyone was great. And MMA putting the hammer on the nail. Getting those kills. Here comes rebound number 7 with the such a
继续挺进，让一让，需要帮忙吗？无事发生。
这不是神经病，是理想。变身吧！早就知道你有问题，看他，混蛋
！10万伏特。
Now that is what happened. What the flash, the double kill, and this is the counter strike. Triple kill on Quad. What an outplay here.
Triple kill.
全力以赴做正确的事。
MS King doing a lot of damage. And that is what I'm talking about. RTG fighting back. Still on the run. Byron getting that double kill. Well, this is going to be trouble for RTG. Triple kill on Byron.
先吃我一锤！璀璨的破灭。 我们来比划比划。
Hi everyone, this is 2023 Honor of Kings Asian Wave Event Season 2 and I'm today's caster Nora. We are gonna go for another 3-bit best of 2 for today and it's gonna take place in Group A. And I do believe that for all of those audience who keep following our live stream but know that Actually, we're now going to stage 2 in our regular season. So that also means lucky news for Group A that all 6 teams from Group A will be directly entered to our playoffs. So that's going to be such a great relief, right? Because for them, they do not need to worry about their points anymore. They do not need to worry about whether they are qualified to go to that playoffs or not. But at the same time, for Group B, only the top 2 teams that in Group B will have the qualification to enter to our playoffs. So it's going to be a severe situation for all of those teams in Group 2. Anyway, today our matchup day is going to take place in Group A. So as we can see for today's arrangement, there's going to be 3 best of 2. The first game will be BSE play against Nova Esports, and the second game will be Scars play against RCG, and our last game will play against between RTZ and Impunity. Well, all of those 6 teams gonna have their matches for today, and actually this is the day 2 for our second stage in the regular season. So we can see the first matchup. Actually, I really want to highlight this matchup because BSE play against Nova Esports definitely gonna be the most exciting games that we are gonna have. I would say as so far in our KAW season 2, because to be honest, you know, to my own surmise, I would say these 2 teams definitely gonna be the most 2 competitive teams that's gonna be able to have the championship. I'm not kidding. I'm for sure that if we scrutinize the hero pool list, or if we scrutinize the achievement as so far, we will be amazed by these 2 teams. Because first thing first, we can talk a little bit about BSE, because we know that BSE was originally raised from Group B, and we know that due to our grouping rules, actually all of those 6 teams from Group B always be considered as the underdog, but definitely not for BSE, because we know that for this team, he got 6 wins in a row when he was in Group B, and during the promotion and relegation, he won against KG. So actually, he got his qualification to be participating in Group A in our second stage. So this is gonna be this also gonna be the first time for BST to truly challenge a really strong team, which will be this Nova Esports, because we know that if BSE is the most dominating team in Group B, then Nova Esports will take another title, because Nova Esports totally just rule Group A for the whole first stage. Nova Esports got several wins in a row. They got 5 wins in a row, so they actually claimed the first place in round 1, and also they actually got 6 wins in a row now, because in day 1 they also got another win for their round 2. So actually now we can see from the current ranking, both Nova Esports and BSE, actually they're sharing the same position, you know. Actually both teams got 6 wins, and actually, you know, in our second stage, actually all of the teams will have their points cleared. So due to the performance, Nova Esports got 1 wins, and BSC got 1 wins in their round 2. So this matchup also gonna have the impact on the current ranking. Whoever won this game, or if it makes to a draw, that it's gonna be much more interesting, I say, because both teams gonna be sharing exactly the same mark. So anyway, if one team win against another, that will also mean the new champion currently as so far. I mean, the new top 1 team in Group A will merge. So that's the importance about doing this game, doing this best of 2. And also, I've mentioned about the statistics and also like the hero pool list, because you guys will be amazed about their hero pools. For example, for BSE, we know that this team actually he was raised from Group B, and due to his history, actually BSC was a quite new club. He only established for 3 months, so that was a very short time. And but on the contrary, they're not that new to this game, I would say. Actually, they have so many different compositions. You will be really amazed about their diversity, about how they're gonna mastering all of those different comps, how they're gonna mastering all of those different comps, and you will be really surprised about how could they have such a deep hero pool. So I would say the diversity of their composition is one of those keys which made them to stand here to be one of those Group A and to do this uphill challenge. And mention about uphill challenge, definitely for BSC, they're facing so far the strongest opponents in their, I would say, competing history. Because Nova Esports, we know that they were the champion of season 1 in our KAW, and also Nova Esports got 6 wins in a row right now. So Nova Esports won't be afraid of BSC. I'm sure about that. So today's BP phase also gonna matter us a lot because we know that both teams are actually sharing the same satchel strategy. Both teams are sharing actually the same warrior side laners. So I would say both teams gonna just targeting on the top laners a lot. And the second ban pick phase, we would say BSC just ban away this Guan Yu and also Shen Mengxi. It's mainly because Guan Yu is one of those signature hero for Shen, and Shen was the SMVP from season 1, so I would say that's kind of the respect. And Nova Esports, without any doubt, Garo again. It's really interesting if we scrutinize the statistics a little bit. We would say Nova Esports, they're quite favored about their Garo plus Tai Junior's strategy, because actually from the previous matchups, they've taken out this Garo 6 times and they win 6 times in a row. So actually this Garo are having 100% winning rate. And also speaking to that Tai Junior, which I strongly believe that that's going to be the next choice for Nova Esports. They used Tai Junior for 4 times and they won all of them. And for BSE, well, today we can see like from the 3 prior picks from BSE, we can see actually they're trying to do a lot of solos against Nova Esports. They do not want to play those operating games. Instead of that, BSC want to do it head-to-head. So actually they're trying to, gain themselves 3 winning lanes at the same time. I would say Byron on the top side lane, definitely gonna have the priority to, do a lot of things. And also for Gongsun Li. Gongsun Li is also one of those JR's signature hero because he used Gongsun Li for 3 times and got 100% winning rate. And also, once those, confident marksmen, they're taking out this Gongsun Li, somehow it means like they're gonna go for serious games because Gongsun Li is always gonna, higher up the ceilings of mechanics and try to let the marksman to do a lot of things by himself alone. And for Nova Esports, Alta would be the one to be taken. And talking about Alta, actually Alta in this meta always be flagged to play as a jungler. So I do believe that Air will be the player to play this Alta as a jungler and Alien will be the top lane. So it's a quite typical, a tanky jungler plus another warriors on the top side of the map. And Tai has been banned away. BSC did a lot of research on Nova Esports because the difference between BSE and Nova from the previous matchup, I would say BSE actually they are trying to do a lot of different composition. We mentioned about the diversity about this team, right? It's one of the feature of BSE because actually our format is quite a. Now we are actually pushing the easy mode button because we're now still doing the best of 2, and we know that when we're doing best of 2, actually you don't really need to worry about your hero pool, because definitely that's going to be sufficient, right? You can always go for different choices, and you can totally handle about like best of 2, because you're only gonna have 2 games in total, so that's not a big deal for all of those teams. But for BSE, instead of just be consist to one comp that they're most confident with, actually BSE are trying to use so many different comps. They're trying to mix up all of those heroes and try to find more and more opportunities, find out more and more possibilities for their own team. So that's the difference between BSE and Nova. Because for Nova Esports, actually, from their history, from their previous matchups, actually they're really consist with 1 or 2 heroes. For example, this Garo, for example, this Ata, and also that Zhangfei. So actually, for Nova Esports, for all of these wins that they've got so far, they're trying to use, I would say, similar comp, and try to just playing around Musi, playing around the marksman, and try to marching forward. They're always being consist of the like pushing strategies and trying to play in a quite safe way. Instead of get a lot of early invasions, actually they're trying to play a safe game and trying to use their experience, use their understanding towards this game, trying to close out the game in quite a peaceful way. So that's the difference between BSE and also Nova Esports. And for today, we can see actually both teams from the very first game and the choices from the draft, they're just being exactly consistent about what I'm analyzing right now, because BSE are trying to take out such an aggressive attacking strategy comp. And on the contrary, Nova Esports are just going to their old games and trying to play in a really comfortable and familiar way. So I'm wondering who's gonna win the very first point for their team. Let's just dive right into our game 1. BSC on the blue side and Nova Esports on the red. BSC actually, we can see like they did a lot of plans from their opening set, because they let the Roma, they let their support Sulia to be at the top side of the map at the very first time, at the first round, because it's all about details. When we're watching the game play by these, I would say, the most strongest teams so far in our KAW, details matters a lot, because once you're doing better on those details, you just turn those small difference into huge gaps. For example, it could be SE, as they rotate their support to be at the top side of the map and let Byron to have the side lane river sprite and also that Tusked Bear. Actually, they can gain more small gold, and also they can win the opportunity to rotate first to the mid and try to gain the vision control. And as a consequence, they can just try to rotate down or hide their visions to cause more threat towards Nova Esports. So that's the details that we're mentioning about. Every small details will let those small difference to be scaled up and into huge differences, and that's exactly what BSE is doing right now. And we can see like BSE, they're taking out 2 tanks, right? Both the junglers, Xiaohou and also their support Sulia. And one characteristic that these 2 heroes are sharing is that both heroes are just being really strong in the early game. So that allowed them to do a lot of early invasions, just like what they're doing right now. While since Sulia has been caged in by Ishin's ulti, it seems like BSE gonna be in trouble, but they're just being really tanky. So it's too early for Nova Esports to do a lot of things on BSE so far. But Nova Esports are trying to, try to force out Zulia's passive, because for this hero, he can be really solid in the early game. It's all about his passive. Once he has been taken down, he will have an extra life. So he's just just gonna stand there and still gonna be attacked. Whoa! The accuracy! I'm so amazed about Ganzhong. I'm so amazed about Zhihong's accuracy because that's totally, I would say that's totally personal skills. That's totally personal skills. We do need to highlight Zhihong because he's definitely gonna be the core player right now from BSE. But it seems like Xiaodun has been a little bit overconfident as they saw that Zhihong just using this Ganzhong to take out one person from Nova Esports. They tried to do a lot of invasions, but it's still been too early to do that. So because for Nova Esports, they also take out this Arta to be the jungler, and Arta will also be another really strong hero in the early game specifically because Arta really relies a lot on his gold, and due to his tankiness, Arta can just be really strong in the early game, just like Xiaodun and also Sulu does. So it's still gonna be a little bit risky for BST to do some invasions. But for Team Flight, it seems to be okay. They're just now targeting on this Guangzhou, but it's a little bit short-handed for Xiaodun to get access to that Guangzhou. Instead, he's gonna be the one to sacrifice himself, and he actually fall down twice at the exactly same place. Alright, and here's the replay. Because like we would never thought that all of those flying swords would be that accurately landing on himself, right? I would say we never thought that could happen because like it was like 6 swords. All of those 6 swords are directly shooting on Zhuangzhou, on Hui. So that makes Hui just, you know, that's a little bit overbearing for him to take that damage out. But that's how BSE is gonna play. That's how BSE is gonna execute their comp. I mean, for BSE, they really need to, you know, utilize this Ganzhong and utilize this Gosuli. Try to play in a more aggressive way. They need to poking down a lot of damage constantly. You know, once they using their mobility, using the long attacking range that Ganzhong have, try to landing a lot of damage on Nova Esports members. And once Nova's HP bars has been shred down, it's gonna be the time for BS to take out all of those towers. And here's one small opportunity that BSE sees. Actually, JR just gave up the laning. JR just totally gave up the laning. Once he was carrying that red buff that he got from his on side, he tried to hide his vision and tried to just rotate on the top side of the map. So actually nobody was, they did not expect that this kind of things would happen. So they are trying to do some counter-attack passively. But if you're not ready for this kind of attacking, if you're not setting a plan to how I'm gonna handle this situation, you're gonna face in such a great problem. I mean, for Nova Esports, everything just being teared up in 1 minute. BSE, they just play in such a smart way. Wow, I'm so amazed about BSE's strategy and their execution so far. I mean, we know that BSE, they actually want to make a lot of things happen in the early game. So as they found out that they can't do a lot of early invasion and cause such a great threat on this Arta, they just go for their plan B that led JR to carry that red buff. And once Gonsoli have that red buff, Gonsoli is gonna be the most secret weapon that BSE got. So they just let JR to rotate to the top side and bring that Baron down. And what's gonna be most amazing would be like they just being sent in unit. You can see like every single movement that BSE are taking right now, they do it in deep. They do it by plan. I think they totally do it on purpose. They know that what kind of things that they want to do. And the reason why BSC are constantly attacking the red buff side of Nova is basically because Mootsie, Scarrow definitely gonna be the one single core player from Nova Esports comp. So we know that this hero really needs time to farm up. He need gold, he need items, he need time, he need a lot of things. And even though once Garo has been fully decked out, he need a full protection. He need a full protection provided by his members. So that's the weakness of this Garo. So once BSC know that Nova Esports still need maybe 10 or 12 times for this Garrett to farm up, they just directly aim it at this red buff. Once they take away all of these red buffs, it's gonna just you know have such a huge impact on Mootie's farming pace. Because Garrett, or I would say Marksman, cannot live without red buff. They just can't. They can't just live without the red buff. Nine minutes right now. And we already can see like 3,000 gold lead has been made from BSC side. And actually they're just utilizing all of those minions and try to taking down all of those towers from Nova Esports side. All of those towers from all three lanes, and once they know that, alright, it's gonna be 10 minutes mark, BSC, they just retreat. They do not want to follow Nova Esports, they just trying to play in a most satisfied way, and now the flash combined with the second ability, they got control about Ishin, and Ishin has been taken down by his own tier 2 tower. And it's gonna be a huge success for BSE right now, because after they've taken out all of those outer towers from Nova Esports side, and it's just on time. It's just on time, 10 minutes mark. They can just retreat a little bit and take down the Shadow Tyrant. I mean, like the timeline, like you guys can see, like there's such a clear timeline that has been drawn from BSE's mind. Like they totally know that how they're gonna use their comps. They totally know, they totally understand that the reason why they're taking out this Ganjang, the reason why they're taking out this Juliet, they want the initiation, they want the poking damage, they want the suppression that they got on Nova Esports in the early game and the mid game, because they know that the time's ticking. They know that once the game has been maybe over 15 minutes or 18 minutes, it's gonna be Nova Esports time to do a lot of comebacks. So they do not want to drag the game into such a late time. They try to close out the game maybe before 15 minutes to pass. So they do not want this Garrow to form up. So now actually they're managed to wave and try to take down high ground tower. And it's gonna be a huge pressure on Nova Esports, because for Nova, 5 heroes that they selected are meant to be protective, I would say. Alien would do great on laning phase, but once he's fall behind with the gold lead, he can do little things in the late game. And also, like for Alta to be as a jungler, we know that Alta is gonna utilize his own tankiness being so strong in the early game. But once Alta is lack of gold, once Alta is lack of item, not even mentioned to now, actually he's one level fall behind against Xiaohou from BSC's jungle part. So Alta can't be the front liner right now for Nova Esports. It's too much for Alta to soak in a lot of damage out. Like he's just gonna be shred down maybe halfway of his HP once Ganjang just landing 3 or 4 swords on this Alta. So it's gonna be really painful for Nova Esports. But the thing is how they're gonna go through this kind of painful time. If they can do great job on guarding their high ground tower, then there's still gonna be hope. But they just can't stand for any loss for any high ground towers. They try to initiate first for Nova Esports because they try to just force Sulia to get behind, to get backwards a little bit, because for Sulia, you could always be really worried about this hero. Not even mention to Sulia now, he's actually making this Howling Endless and also this Flash. So that also means for BSE, anytime could be the time for them to attack. You don't even know where they're hiding from, because like the vision control from Nova Esports side were totally blank. We're totally in a black side. So far so good for Nova Esports. They're doing a great job, but they know that it's not gonna be the end, because for BSE actually they're just trying to snowball the goal difference. Now they're just snowball the goal difference to up to like 9,000 gold lead. 9,000 gold lead matters a lot, you know. Once they got 9,000 gold lead, actually they can just use this Byron, use this Shaho, use this Thulia, just you know, thoroughly tear up your comp. There's no way for Nova Esports to do a lot of counter attack. Unless for Nova Esports they try to initiate first and try to take one person down from BSE and do not let them to complete a combo. But now it's gonna be BSE's time to do the final strike. It's gonna be Sulia try to flash in, and his passive has been activated. OTS Gongli are standing in such a great comfortable position. So does this Garrow. So everyone just keep on such a fierce firing part, but no one actually lost their lives. But I would say that's something BSE did a great job, because they actually paid no loss, but they took down 2 high ground towers from Nova Esports side. I mean, 2 side lane high ground tower has been taken down. So that also means Nova Esports, they need to step out right now. They just can't hide in behind the mid lane high ground tower, because they're facing the threat causing from all of the directions. You would never know like which part of the hole that being digged from the high ground tower would be the one let BSE to come in and just overwhelm them. BSE, I would say, it's really gonna be the time for BSE to take the next strategy right now, the next step. So BSE are trying to manage the wave. They are unleashing the vanguards, the most strongest vanguards in the mid lane side, and actually they're managing like 3 lanes to arriving at the high ground tower simultaneously, in case that they can have the confidence to initiate. They can have the confidence to initiate, and once they win this team fight, they can use all of those vanguards trying to attack the crystal and close out the game. So I think this is gonna be the last team fight. BSE now they're trying to live flash in. 3 people has been knocked out, but it seems like the combo hasn't been completed for BSE. It seems like the combo, like all of this, the rest of the member from BSE side didn't think that Sulia would successfully knock 3 people up at the same time. So a little bit slow, but the minions are on their way. The super minions are on their way, and everyone trying to attack it at the crystal. No one's actually caring about the members. So first game, congratulations to BSE. Win against Nova Esports. Wow, such a great game. I would say it would be one of the most sophisticated game that I've ever cast so far in KAW, because this kind of operation rhythm, this kind of strategy executions, I only seen them from the KPL teams when I'm casting that, but finally I saw the same thing are actually happening right now in our KAW. So I'm really happy for BSC. I'm really happy for our KAW I saw too as well. So for BSC, the first game, like everything has been settled on purpose. Everything has been done in such a great order. Like, I mean, you know, what about, let's just, you know, draw back a little bit. Like from the draft, we can see BSC are taking out so many strong early game playing heroes. For example, Byron, great on his lanes, and Xiaohou with the Sully is just gonna be really tanky in the early game. So we can see like the jungle and the support actually did a lot of early invasions or early harass on their opponent's jungles, and not even mention to their core players, both Zhihong's Ganjiang and also JR's Gongsun Li, just let them to lead the game, lead the pace. You know, the accuracy and also their own mechanics, and trying to show us that BSC, they're not only ready for their promotion and relegation, they're not only ready to dominate in Group B, they're actually aiming for that championship in our season 2 in KAW. They're aiming for that ticket to participate in our KIC. So I do believe that BSC will be the black horse in our KAW season 2. I'm really happy for this team. And as for Nova Esports, you know, one thing that I never doubt is about Nova Esports. They have their own experience, and they have their own understanding towards the patch, towards the game. They've been through so many ups and downs. They've been through so many things, and actually we know that the coordination from those 5 members are actually quite tight. But the problem is they are being taken down of I would say off guard, because I wouldn't say that Nova Esports they would ever thought that BSC would be, you know, just be so well prepared to play against them for today's matchup. So actually Nova Esports, they didn't actually do a lot of things from the draft, and also like for Nova Esports, they are trying to be so consistent with one single comp, which is gonna be the Garrow's composition. We mentioned about like the statistics, right? The winning rate, right? Like their Garrow actually got 6 wins, but the problem is once you're always using the same comp, that also means you have a lot of records just gonna be exposed, and your enemy definitely gonna just, you know, analyze a lot on your own customs or your own just, you know, your favorite rhythm about playing in this game or by using this hero. So that also means you actually, you know, you're exposed yourself a lot from your own informations to your opponents. So that's actually the thing for BSC to grab, and they're just utilizing this kind of exposure that Nova Esports have on their comp and on their own strategy to have such a great strike on Nova Esports. I wouldn't say that Nova Esports would expect this could happen, because we know that actually Nova Esports always gonna have a 2-0 clean win. So I would put it in this way: it's gonna be the very first loss for Nova Esports to taste in season 2. So from this failure, I do hope that Nova Esports member can just, you know, buck up, and I'm really curious about what kind of different comp that Nova Esports gonna have for us. What kind of new things that they're gonna bring to us? Because, you know, once you're gonna play against BSE, and once you know that BSC did so many research on you, they did so many homework, they're just being well prepared to do this uphill challenge. The only thing that you're gonna win against them, that would be you should play in a unexpected way. I mean, taking out some hero that Nova Esports had never used before. which also means actually BSC has zero information about that comp, or Nova Esports has zero information about that hero. That would be the secret weapon for Nova Esports to use. Because I do believe that 5 members from Nova Esports, they've played together for such a long time, right? It has been almost 1 year, so they definitely have a lot of unique choices for themselves. And I would say if we're talking about one time to showcase, this is gonna be the time. This is gonna be the time for Nova Esports to taking out the secret weapon that they got. If they trying to win against BSC. And actually, we can see from the scoreboard that BSC are totally leading the game. BSC is just totally leading the game. After 5 minutes, and that would be the time for JR using that Gonzoli, carrying that red buff, rotate to the top side of the map, and everything has been changed. That's gonna be the turning point. And this time, MVP goes to Zhihong, this Ganzhang. Wow. Zhihong is a really talented player. You know, Zhihong is a really talented player. He used so many different heroes before, and he's not only good at the poking damage mage, but also there's assassin mage. For example, he used 1R for 3 times and he won 3 times. And also like he used Yang Yuhuan, he used Dao Chan before. So I would say it's all because of the diversity that BSC got. It's all about the deep hero pool list that BSC got to help them to get the position that they're having right now, to get all of these victories they are claiming right now. So I'm really happy for this team. I still remember, like, from the opening day, I would say the opening day, once we saw BSC's first showcase, once they using that Dachao, I still remember that Dachao strategy they used. I thought that I said something like, BSE, you should never underestimate this team. And if we need to mention one team who's gonna go through that promotion and relegation to go to Group A, that might be this BSE. And see, things has come true. Things has come true. Like BSE, they are the only team from Group B to make it to be at Group A. And also like for BSE, once they can really win against Nova Esports, somehow it already showed their power, not only in Group B but also in Group A. I mean in the whole series. So it's gonna be not only a single matchup for BSC, but also like a threshold. Nova Esports gonna be a threshold for BSC to test whether they're now qualified to be named as a strong team or not. And for Nova Esports, facing such a great challenge, facing what they would say always be considered as the underdog, they need to buck up. They really need to higher up their guard and trying to, play something serious against BSC. They cannot just be so consistent with their strategy. Their one core playing strategy. Tai is going to be a really nice choice because we know that Hui is a good Tai player, and also Tai Junren, I would say he's the most OP hero right now in the support. BSC are taking out Zhang Fei and also Shen Mengxi. Nice choice. Shen Mengxi just being so classic AoE damage cost hero, and also Shen Mengxi will be such a great threat towards the duo on the bottom side of the map from Nova Esports side, because we know that Tai Junren, due to his passive, due to his ulti, he can allow his marksman to have extra gold and extra life. But the thing is, this support cannot provide any life recovery, cannot bring any HP recovery. So that kind of just make this role to be a little bit weak at the bottom side of the map. And Xiaomengxi, by using his ultimate, he can easily just chop down so many HPs from both Taijun and also KAW. And that's the reason why BSC are taking out this Xiaomengxi. Nova Esports taking out this Kai. You know, from the draft, actually, I do want to talk a little bit more about these two teams because during the promotion and the relegation, that kind of like 1 week, actually, I personally did a small interview to a lot of teams, including Nova Esports and BSE. And I was asking about their stakes, and I was asking about their mindset, and from those conversations, actually I can share some of those information to you guys. First, let's talk about Nova Esports first. We know that Nova Esports, they're quite dominating in the first stage, and actually they do not think that they are that kind of strong. They just said, all right, we win that because of the luck, you know, quite humble, just answering in a quite humble way. And they said, like, actually, we have a lot of things to improve, including the diversity of their comp and also like their coordinations, because sometimes they just can't complete a combo. And also, I asked about the shot caller from Nova Esports side, because I know that actually the support rotate a lot, Wei and Hao, right? And it's all about their states, who got the better condition, that who's gonna have the first place to show up. But we know that basically shot caller always gonna be the support, but for Nova Esports, actually the jungler, which is Air, is the shot caller from Nova Esports side. So actually every single time when they try to attack or when they try to, you know, to take the next movement, it's always going to be Air to say something and to just kind of command his teammates and try to coordinate the whole team, try to do a lot of things. And it's quite rare, you know, because usually we would say junglers, they need to do a lot of things. They need to clean up the waves, right? They need to do the flat push. Also, they need to form up. They need to build up their items, and also they need to be assassins. They need to keep their eyes on the back rows from their opponent's side. So it's not an easy job for Air to do so many things at the same time. He's not only going to minding his own business, but also trying to observing the whole map and trying to observing all of those actions, all of those movements that the rest of the members are doing right now, and make the right decision. So we really need to bring that things on table and let our audience know more about Air, this player, that what kind of like huge responsibilities and pressure he's carrying right now. All right, and it's gonna be our game 2. Nova Esports switch to the blue side and BSC switch to the red. For this game, the opening will be quite peaceful, I would say, because both teams are actually having a similar composition. So everyone just gonna back up a little bit and try to form up until level 4 or until like 4 minutes. And we definitely can see like Nova Esports, they are just being in a different way. Wow, Shen, he's trying to claim himself a solo kill, and he just pours out Alliance flash. That's the thing. Actually, it's not easy for Charlotte to you know just totally win against Alliance during the laning. Because Alien's passive allowed this hero to have some HP recovery. But the thing that once you're playing against with this Alien, you really need to kiting this hero. Because he's gonna be immobile when he's unleashing his strongest first skill, his enhanced first skill, and that's the detail that Shen got. Wow. From the mini map, I can see like Shimongshi trying to do a lot of solos on that engine. They're trying to trade their HP bar. They're not playing like a poking damage causing mage. Instead, they're trying to play just like an assassin. Both ulti from the mages has been broke because both team trying to pressure a lot at the bottom. Both teams try to prioritize their marksman and trying to feed their marksman to marching forward. Because not only for KAW, but also for Lady Sun, they are just gonna be so dominating once they scaling up their items, and they can totally lead the game. Try to do some HP trade. By using a smite, they just take out this Hulk. As I've mentioned, 4 minutes mark will be the cue. Before 4 minutes mark, they're trying to do a lot of trades and trying to win themselves small things during the laning, but that won't be a big deal until 4 minutes, because once it gets to 4 minutes, like double dragon will be spawned, right? After double dragon will be spawned, both teams actually they have the power to compete. They have the power to contest that dragon at the 4 minutes mark. So a lot of things will happen, and that one skirmish will be like the point to let them do the next movement. BSC are trying to landing their hand on this tyrant. Just take it down. How are you gonna reclaim the tyrant once your opponents got double smite? It's gonna be such a difficult job. And for Nova Esports, I didn't expect that they would play in a passive way, because we can see Shen is totally, blow up his mind. He's just totally trying to play so fearlessly, do a lot of solos, and he's doing quite a good job. But at the same time, for the rest member from Nova Esports, we can see actually they tried to back off a little bit and try to play in quite a passive way. They did nothing. Actually, they didn't even gain the vision control of that tyrant which spawned at the 4 minutes mark. They just let it go. They just totally hand it over to BSC. I mean, every single time when Nova Esports, they try to open a window for themselves at the bottom side. The only way that they think, alright, now they're actually trying to gank on this Shimongshi, but Shimongshi just being such a sneaky hero. You can never catch this sneaky cat, this sneaky kitty with a red hair. Not even mentioned to he still have his flash. The way, I mean, like the way Nova Esports trying to open a window for them at the bottom, trying to prioritize their marksman, is that they're relying on their mid laner. They're totally relying on Ancient's ultimate. I mean, like, you see, once Ancient got his ultimate, it's gonna be the time for Nova Esports to rotate down and trying to, do some poking damage. But after that, 90 Flying Sword has been unleashed. Nova Esports just retreat. Alien just using his ultimate, trying to escape away, but Shallow said, no, you need to stay. So he just did such a great tower dive, putting out his own flash and did it. Make it to a 1-2 trade. Xuan sacrificed himself but make it to a 1-2 trade. I would say totally worth it. It was totally worth it to let Charlotte do that trade, to do that tower dive. They're relying on that Titan ultimate to offer Xuan an extra life and help him to do that, you know, lost damage on that Shenmengxi. Actually, Xuan is the captain of Nova Esports. He's the captain of the Nova Esports, and he's always going to be the big brother in the team. And we can clearly see right now on the battlefield that Xuan would be the one that play in such an aggressive way. He know that this game actually matters a lot to Nova Esports. It's not only about lose one game or lose two games. It's more like now suddenly they realize that they are not the one that they thought. They're not the one that everyone thought was gonna be so dominating. Olian came in from the rear and directly aiming at the Yuzhong has been taken down, and now here comes the Kaiser, trying to break his ultimate and try to block away all of those members from the BSE, and BSE said, alright, that's enough. Take away Angel, mission completed, so they just back us. And here's a replay. Olian just using his ultimate, granting himself a shield, and once he landing down, he just flash away. So the problem is, you can see he's waiting for Charlotte to come back to life and trying to use his second ability to claim that to got that kill. But he's a little bit greedy. He's still squishy. He's still being so squishy in the early game, and Nova Esports got 3 members at that time to do the tower dive. They got allies from the BSE. Shenmengxi was the only person under that tower. Another smite, but Air just guard his red box by using his smite. And Charlotte trying to came in, jump, but what 4 people has been totally, completely could be controlled. And now here comes Olian. Olian just get in, and Lady Sun just having such a great, comfortable outputting setting and got so many damage down. Oh my god, that kind of initiation that we can see from Zhe. That jump is ultimate. Using, like, I would say that almost would be the farthest way for him to break his ultimate. And 4 people have been controlled. Such a great initiation. And that's gonna be the big turning point for BSC right now. Like, every single movement, every single step that they made from the former 9 minutes, well, just let them have small leads, I would say, those minor leads, and they try to snowball the game. But after this team fight, after jump is perfect initiation, I will just suddenly accelerate the pace. I will suddenly just gain BSE more towers and also more vision at the same time. Everyone trying to gain for that Dark Tyrant. And Kaiser got the Dark Tyrant, but what about his members? As we can see, like, Moonzy has been targeted and Moonzy has fallen down. And also, like, for Charlotte pay his life out off. So actually they trade 2 people's life for that Dark Tyrant. I wouldn't say like there's gonna be a fair trade. Even for Kaiser himself, he's gonna sacrifice himself. He has been taken down. BSE has totally been ignited after like the Dark Tyrant has been reclaimed by Nova Esports. So though they do not have the buff that they granted from the Dark Tyrant, but BSE still just using their gold difference, their gold lead, and trying to marching forward and just, you know, totally tear up the game. And now BSE, they're trying to play in a cautious way. Everyone just, you know, surrounding this Dark Overlord, Shadow Overlord. They can't stand for another loss. And you know, before the match kick off, we talked a little bit about Nova Esports, right? Actually, I also had a short interview with BSE's member, so here's some information that I do want to share with you guys, because we know that BSE actually they are a club which only established for 3 months, and actually 5 of the members are totally new players for this game. Like they raced from 0 experience to now actually they're dominating the game. You could never imagine how many efforts that they dedicated into the game to achieve such a great achievement. And now BSE, they're heading to their second victory. First thing first, they try to take out the high ground tower at the bottom side and then rotate to the mid and try to shut down halfway HP bar of the high ground tower in the mid lane. And it's only gonna be the time issue for them to take down all 3 high ground towers on all 3 lanes. So you can never imagine like how great efforts those 5 members has been put, those 5 players has been put. Like those genuinity, those sweat, those hard work, those, you know, pain, those doubts, like all of those things actually they put into this game. They're totally dedicated into their training. So practice makes perfect. That's the classic and the truth. The classic quote, but the truth. For BSE, the sweat that they had, they are putting into the game, make the BSE that we are watching right now. They're totally dominating the game. They're leading the pace, and they totally just outplayed Nova Esports, I would say. Today, BSE totally outplayed Nova Esports, the championship from Season 1 and the first place in Group A. And now for BSE, they really want to have this victory. They're playing in a cautious way, gaining some vision and also soaking in so many Zemin trying to escape away, but that's too late. And Alien just trying to came in, aiming at the back lane as from Nova Esports and try to bring such a great threat, and he's just waving his blade and still chasing up for Kaiser, chasing up for the Tai Ziren. But after Charlotte has been taken down, like Yingchen will be the only person who's gonna be capable to clean up all those minions. But what about those minions at the bottom side? We can see Lady Sun still being alive and everyone just trying to guard their precious minions. Minions still be there, but minion has been cleaned up. And Kaiser trying to coming from the rear, trying to do something on Lady Sun, but Lady Sun's output is just miraculously good. So Lady Sun with this double KAW, they're trying to send in their super minions into the base. But we can see BSE, they're holding themselves. They're holding themselves to be not that rushed because they know that Charlotte and also KAW has come back to life. So instead of keep pushing, keep trying to be playing in a greedy way, they try to back up a little bit and try to take down this Shadow Overlord. Because after they take down the Shadow Overlord, they will have another chance to manage all their lanes and try to unleash their vanguards on the top side of the map and try to close our game. That's gonna be the time. It's only gonna be time issue for BSE. They are not that hurried into doing those things. First, British Nation can be seen again from Zhang Fei, and Kaiser trying to break his ultimate and trying to block all of those members away. Alien come in again, trying to fall apart from the air, and double KAW has been claimed by this Alien, and they're handing this vanguards into the crystal, and that's gonna be the end. Second game, congratulations to BSE, another victory, and they won against Nova Esports with a clean 2-0, which would be astonishing. I mean, I'm not that kind of astonishing because I always have my own belief in BSE in this team after I saw their previous performance. But I mean, fairly speaking, both teams are having great power in our KAW. Both teams are having 6 wins in a row in their hand. So they are quite competitive, and I would say they're quite even from their marks, from their scores. But the thing is, we can see BSE, they're totally well prepared for this battle. They know that how they're gonna win against Nova Esports. They just, write down such a clear strategy. They just write down their dedication, write down their mind about like, okay, we do want this victory. We can even smell their determination in the game to see everyone just being fully dedicated into this game and everyone just trying so hard to gain that win. And what's more is that they are not only pushing themselves to be play in quite a hurried way. Instead, actually, we are so surprised about this sophistication, because like for BSE, though they're such a new team, though they're like the first team and the only team go through that promotion and relegation, raising from the Group B, going straight into the Group A, and now they're doing this uphill challenge against Nova Esports, and they are still doing such a great job. They're actually having 7 wins in a row right now. I mean, like a club which only has been established for 3 months, and all 5 players are so new to this game. They only have been trained for like over 3 months, but they are now win against with a 2-0 for the champion in season 1, which is Nova Esports, which would be the team also having 6 wins in a row. And in such a clean way, I would say BSE, they are now truly become the dark horse in our KAW, and I just can't wait to see how far they can go. I just can't wait to see like how many surprises they're gonna give to us. I'm really happy to see this kind of story happen. Once you trying to do something good, you practice a lot, and you're gonna get such a a rich reward. And now this time MVP goes to Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei is playing such a great job. I mean, like in the game, we would say if it's not because of Zhang Fei's ulti, not because of Zhang Fei's initiation, like the pace could never be so fast. Like I still remember the team fight they have, which this is the one that I'm trying to analyze. Like he's using his ultimate and push 4 people away. 4 people has been controlled, has been knocked by Zhang Fei, and it's all because of his engagement to let BSE to have the chance dive in and try to just accelerate their pace. Everything just went so messy after Nova Esports lost that team fight. There are people just been taken down again and again, one by one, constantly by BSE. And there's no way for them to, counterattack. It's just been so messy. Everyone just doing their own job. And for BSE, after they got so many perfect engagement, BSE just, played more and more fierce and full of confidence. And 2-0. I mean, once we are watching at the scoreboard, once we are watching the results, actually a lot of people will just be so, I don't know, it's gonna be a really complicated feeling. But still, I still remember when Nova Esports was playing season 1. Actually, they are the underdog at that time, because actually they lost their very first game. I forgot which team that they actually lost their game against, but the thing is, Nova Esports have been through a lot of ups and downs, and actually they are considered as the underdog in season 1, but finally they make it to the finals and they make it to be the championship. So I do believe that No Way Sports, they can just bulk up a little bit and try to find themselves back. And that's all for our game 1, and here's gonna be a small interview. Let's gonna see who's gonna be with us.
我击败了现在排名第1的 Nova， 感觉怎么样呢？在今天的比赛之前做了哪些特些的部署呢？ You defeated Nova in the first round, which is the current number 1 in the rankings. How do you feel and how did you prepare for this match?
感觉很激动嘛，击败了排行榜第1，也是上一届的冠军。赛前做了很多研究，对 Nova。
Yeah, we feel quite exhilarated, and we have done plenty of research on Nova. 好，第2个问题，在今天的比赛中，觉得有没有什么进步的地方？而且你们觉得队伍里进步最大的是哪个方面？ What's your biggest progress in your opinion?
感觉我们队伍中间能力有点差，还需要加强中间的比赛能力。
Yeah, I think we lack the ability to finish the game, to wrap it up. So I think we have to improve on this. 好的 ，Thank you.
I can see a lot of enthusiasm and also a lot of excitement from their face, and they are really enjoying the result, and I would say you guys deserve it because you guys worth it because you work for it, right? And also when we're watching when we're watching this team, we can see actually there's a small animal in the signals, right, from BSE, the black word, and there's a kind of image about one animal. Actually, that's called shrew, and that's the name of their team, like Black Shrew. And that's one of those small animals, those rare wild animals in the remote mountains, those remote areas in Malaysia. So the coach told me that the reason why the club is being titled as BSE, Black Shrew Esports, is because they thought that they are just like that kind of cute animals because they're without any reputation. They do not have any fame. They're just, living in such a remote areas and no one actually knows them. They're just the nameless, the anonymous people. But suddenly they hope that more and more people will know more about this animal. So does this team, so does those players. They're trying to use their own score, they're trying to use on their achievement, try to let more people to know about them. And they have so many great powers in their members. So that's something I want to talk about this team, and I'm really looking forward to their future play. Alright, and that's for game 1. The next game we're gonna have Scars play against RCG. After a small break, we're gonna be back.
是善良。
Sure, is gonna use that flash, but here comes Nova. Wait, it's gonna jump and it's gonna fall down, and the combination of those players are working so well together. And here, Dion.
断魔归
Double kill.
色原无色，空亦非空。你真的会用这玩意儿吗？
Oh, that is gonna be a close call. He
需
get
要帮忙
alpha
吗？
instead. Oh, action giving G
继续
time.
推
That's
进
a great push. And getting anyone
开
was
弓
great. And MMA putting the hammer on the nail, getting those kills. Here comes rebound number 7 with the such a
继续挺进
great.，
让一让。需要帮忙吗？无事发生。
这不是神经病，是理想。
Smart knockup. And Luna is gonna come in with
变
a
身吧！
Here is gonna be a janitor. Wow, Nano. That could be a triple kill, maybe a quadra kill,
早就
maybe
知道
not.
你有问题，怕不怕？混蛋！
Now that is what happened. What the flash, the double kill, and this is the counter strike, triple kill on Juan. What an outplay here.
Triple kill.
全力以赴做正确的事。
MS King doing a lot of damage. And that is what I'm talking about. RTC is fighting back. And still on the run. Byron getting that double kill. Well, this is going to be trouble for RTC. Triple kill on Byron.
先吃我一锤！璀璨的破灭。 我们来比划比划。
Welcome back. This is 2023 Honor of Kings Asian Wave Event Season 2, and today's caster Nora. Last game we saw that BSE play against Nova Esports, and they defeat Nova Esports with a 2-0. And I do believe a lot of people will be so surprised and also going to be so happy for BSE. And for our next matchup, it's going to be Scars play against RCG. While for these two teams, actually they are in the group A, but they are in a quite similar situation. I mean, for RCG, it's going to be a nice position because from round 1 they actually secured the 2nd place, and now in round 2, the last game actually they make it to a draw. So actually they're now at the 3rd place. For Scars, they are always going to be at the bound of the rank, I would say, because like for round 1 they are at the 4th place. They're so close to participating in that promotion and relegation. And for this round right now, they only played once and they lost that game, so that also means they're now actually at the 5th place. So for these two teams, actually they are trying to do a lot of things. They are trying to play in quite a different way, and let's see what kind of things that they're gonna bring to us for today's matchup. And it's gonna be the lineup for Scars. Finally, it's so happy to see River come back. I mean, like last game when Scars lost the game, I would say that's something to do with their rotations, because they actually let ASD, which should be the mid laner, to play at the top, and also let their support to play at the mid laner. I don't know like what kind of thing was happening in Scars, but last game I would say it was quite painful. But this time we can see River come back, their original top laner, so I would say everything would be kind of be a little bit hopeful for Scars because it's the original lineup, and they definitely gonna be so familiar with each other and also be so familiar with their own role, with their own lanes. So this time I would say they just consist to their own strategies again. And for RCG, their lineup's also going to be a really interesting thing, because for, I would say, like for this format or for this season, RCG, they are playing in a quite, I would say, unique way, because they always rely on their own mechanics to do a lot of solos. From their drops, they're trying to have 3 winning lanes at the same time, and they are really hoping their heroes, their members, can just using their own mechanics and try to outplay their counter rows, and to just trying to scaling up all those small lead that they got from that they gained from the laning to a like huge gap in the mid lane, and trying to do some of those 5 versus 5 big team fights around the mid lane and trying to make something happen in the mid game. So that's the way that RCG is playing right now. They are not that kind of team who is just trying to invade a lot, just not like Impunity. Like for Impunity, they always trying to invade a lot of times, and actually this match it do not just gonna be so suitable for teams to do a lot of early invasions. And for RCG, instead of doing a lot of early invasions, actually they are trying to outplay a lot on the laning. So this time when they are playing against Scars, I guess like RCG, they're just trying to use heroes like Gongsun Li, or use heroes like Zhao Huaizhen or My Name, like those heroes, and win themselves some winning lanes. And for these two teams, here's some of those here's an announcement that I want to make before our game kick off. That because of both teams, both Scars and RCG, actually they changed their lineups right before our game kick off. So due to our rules, the next matchup for game 1, actually both teams will be punished for 4 bans. Like they are not allowed to do bans 4 times in game 1 during the draft. That's gonna be the punishment to both teams. So don't be so surprised once they didn't ban away heroes in the BP phase. It has its own reason. And for Scars and RCG, good news to them is that actually they're still staying in Group A, so they are already having the qualification to going straight to the playoff. But still, our championship, we only had 1 championship, and we only have got 1 ticket to go to that KIC, and I don't think that both teams want to miss that. None of the team in KAW want to miss that ticket, especially for Scars, because we know that Scars, this team actually they participated in Honor of Kings International Championship last year, and they did quite a good job, because I still remember when Scars was playing in that wildcard qualified in KIC 2022, Scars actually got several wins in a row. They're just being so dominating. They got several wins in a row, and they got into the group stage. Though like they didn't got the qualification to go further, they didn't make the history to be more stunning, but they still make such a remarkable mark on a lot of audience mind. Like a lot of audience still have their faith, still have their belief in this team, in Scars, because everyone just being so surprised about their spectacular performance during 2022's Honor of Kings International Championship. So for Scars, this time times change, right? Times change. This time they only got one way to go to our KIC 2023, which is gonna be win the championship in our Honor of Kings Asian Wave event season 2. And there's only one championship. Scar still got long way to go if they really want to gain for that championship. And we know that now in current stage when we're doing the regular season, we're still doing best of 2. But once we dive right into our next stage, which will be our playoffs, we are gonna go for double elimination and we are gonna do best of 5. Best of 5 will be another challenge for lots of the team, right? Will be such a great challenge for lots of teams because we know that when we're doing best of 2, except of BSE, actually the rest of the teams are trying to use the same comp or like similar strategy, try to just win against the game. But once we are going to like doing best of 5, everything's gonna change. You just can't rely on one single comp and just trying to hope that that lucky composition will bring you those wins again and again. That's gonna be impossible. You need to arrange your heroes. You need to rearrange your like comps, and that's gonna be a huge challenge for them to face. And also, actually, like our schedule are quite tight. To be honest, our schedule is really tight because for our like round 2, second round in our regular stage, we are only gonna have 9 match days. We're gonna begin at August 13th to August 27th, and in our playoffs, it's only gonna have 5 matchup days. And it's going to begin at August 31st, so it's going to be the end of this month. Only little time left for all of those teams. Hope they can just do their best and try to bring the things that they got, the things that they prepared. Once they do so many trainings, they definitely have their own stuff, and we just hope that everyone could leave the battle with like a happy face, with a smile on their face. Anyway, it's still too early to talk about the playoffs, and this time we're gonna have Scars play against RCG, and again we have our own rules. So because these two teams actually just changed their lineup right before our game kick off, so both teams will not be allowed to do those bannings. There's only gonna be picks, so that also means a lot of picks just gonna be released. For example, Dachao strategy. Who's gonna be the one to use this Dachao strategy? If I'm gonna name one, that's gonna be RCG, because RCG have used that Dachao strategy before. And I still remember in season 1, actually RCG are quite good at playing that Dachao. But this time they go for the Zhangfei. That's because Zhangfei's second ability can allow him to run a shield on his allies, protect them to being harmed from Shimonshi's ultimate. Scars are taking out this Lianpo. It's quite rare to see Lianpo being flexed to be the jungler in our KAW, because like normally we would say Alta or Kaiser or Xiaohoudun would be nice jungling pick, but for Lianpo, yeah, it can, but it just being a little bit dumb if he really wants to initiate, because we know that there's some delay. It's too slow for Lianpo to initiate. So we would always see Lianpo to be played as top laner, carrying that flash, help him to initiate instantly. Once your opponents didn't react on time, you will have a higher chance to succeed your initiation. But once Lianpo is playing as a jungler, which also means he has to carry that smite. Right, the landing accuracy won't be that high for Lianpo. And RCG, you know, from those 3 picks, I would say RCG are trying to build up a really well-rounded comp. It's quite old school. This kind of composition, we saw it a lot, maybe in season 1 and also for the last patch. Right, a tank on the top side, and to let Mengtian to dominate the lane after he got his ultimate and rotate Mengtian down to the mid, and everyone just hiding behind Mengtian's troop, and trying to marching forward. If RCG trying to do the pushing strategy, maybe they will have Garo or Lady Sun. On the other side, if they try to play those, I would say, team fight strategy, they will just go for Gongsun Li. It depends. Shangguan Wan'er, the calligrapher. Heart will be truly the heart from RCG. I mean the mid laner heart. He's a true heart from RCG. He's pounded madly in this team because, like, for his hero pool list, Heart has used 8 different heroes. He even used Angela, Wu Zetian, and also Shangguan Wan'er. And also his Shemoshi got 100% winning rate. So Heart, due to his own hero pool, he will just kind of widen the choices for RCG. You know, brought more possibilities to this team. And Scars are taking out this Lady Sun with Tiny Jun, quite classic duel at the bottom. And also a really solid comp. Alright, they are actually let Lianpo to play as the top laner and let the Shark, let Lime to play the jungles. Wow, it's really interesting to see Jin and Lime play against each other again in this patch, because we know that this patch is known for its tankiness, is known for its warrior, is known for his strong early game heroes. And both Jin or Lime, yeah, these heroes are quite good. These assassins are quite, you know, lethal. But the problem is, like, both heroes need time to farm up. And also, like, it's gonna be really squishy for both assassins trying to get access to those Lady Suns, because there's so many tanks right now in this patch, and also from both teams separately. But is this a consequence? Is this a consequence? Because, like, we can see both teams are actually sharing a similar composition, right? A tank on the top, both are taking out assassin jungler, and those mages who's gonna be great about cleaning up the mid lane wave and also landing, leveraging all those poking damage. And both duels at the bottom lane just gonna be so dominating during the lanings. So is it a consequence for both teams to, you know, make a deal and say, all right, let's just gonna play head to head. Let's just gonna play in such a classic way, such an old school way. You know, everyone just play a 2-core play-in composition, and let's just utilize our own mechanics and try to showcase. I don't know. I'm just kidding. But it's really rare to see these kind of composition to appear at the same time by both teams. But that somehow just show us that both teams are actually trying to step back to their comfort zone a little bit. Because we know that both teams, they have their experience, both teams has participated in Season 1. And once we're doing Season 1, that's the meta for both Assassin Jungler and a core marksman player. and they know that kind of comp, they know that kind of rhythm well. And for this patch, though it has changed, but those members haven't changed for those choices. So let's see. Scars on the blue side, RCG on the red side. Game 2. Or game 2 for today, but game 1 for both teams.
First blood.
Wow! Like the rotation that ASD made. Like, I was wondering that why ASD actually didn't take any peek on that mid lane sprite. It's only because he knows that he has got his truly faith on Autumn. Autumn is trustworthy, so he just ignoring that mid lane sprite and try to rotate down to 8 and let Autumn to get the first blood. It's the communication behind themselves. It's the communication in this team. Because like that mid lane sprite has been taken extremely low, and Hard was doing basic attacks to taking that mid lane sprite. And for Sadness, he's trying to do some HP trade, but he didn't realize that his lack of protection. His support wouldn't be there, providing him the vision. And from now on, Gonzoli is just gonna be suppressed under his tower. Minute mark. Well, since both teams are carrying a tank top laner, so I wouldn't think that a lot of skirmishes that can be seen on the top side of the map. Instead, both teams will rotate their tanks down in such an early stage and help the team to gain the vision control and let their assassin jungler to eat up all of those golds and minions on the top. Because the main purpose for them is trying to let the junglers to carry the team. So they need to make sure that the jungler will have as much gold as they can. Zhangfei break his ultimate, and soon as has been controlled, Taizhen just break his ultimate too, and gaining that least an extra life. Wow, it was really close, and here comes Moken trying to flash in, but sadly ASD got a flash too, so Xiaoheng can't achieve his kill. Though they can't achieve the kill, they tried to take down the tower, but ASD are playing such a mobile way. He's just playing such a clever way. Look at his positioning. And the solos on the top side. TNX win the upper hand. Lum has been taken down so close. It seems like ASD has a great stage right now from start, but the rest of the team members should be more, serious about the game. Really need to, maybe to slow down a little bit and trying to find exactly the right moment to let them to do the output. Instead of, trying to do a lot of skirmishes, trying to, tussle a lot, but they need to know that the main thing for them is trying to build up a gold lead. 2000 gold lead is quite decent, but not enough. Because RCG got Meng Tian, they got Zhang Fei, they got their own tankiness. If RCG, Sadness are playing a sad way in this game. He has been taken down twice in a row, so he really needs to be careful a bit more. He can't stand for another loss. Once Gongsun Li has been taken down again, that also means RCG totally lost their dominance, lost their power in the mid game. Because Gongsun Li will be the only hero from RCG side who can just compete Scars, who can contest, and who can do the output. Once Gongsun Li wasn't there, then even though, despite Meng Tian got his ultimate, there's no one can cooperate with him and try to take down all of those outer towers.
Red team has destroyed a turret.
Meng Tian has been catched, everyone just aiming at this Meng Tian. And we can see Scars are a little bit lost right now. They are always been standing unit and trying to guard 5 people together. But once you always just gonna, you know, play in a passive way, then RCG can just use their mobility, especially that Gongsun Li has. And trying to, you know, manage their lanes. We can see like TNX, right? His Jin's always been there, eating up all of those goals. Jin already got 2 levels lead against Islam, so that will make Scars to be really painful in the mid game right now. Lady Sun has been targeted, and Lady Sun has fallen down.
Has destroyed a turret.
And RCG is actually playing as such a clever way. They know that they smell about the cautious that Scars has. You know, the thing is, once you do not have that kind of momentum in your side, your opponent's gonna smell it. I mean, your opponent's gonna feel it. Your hesitation, right? Your hesitation, your worries, and your like all about your problems. Like your opponent's just gonna smell it, and after they smell it, they're just utilizing your fear, utilizing your worry, utilizing your hesitation, and trying to push you more. They won't be like, alright, we are just gonna be benevolent and kind. We're just gonna be, alright, you're a little bit passive right now. We're just gonna stop here and I will let you farm up. No, you can never see that kind of things happening on esports battlefield. It's cruel. It's really, really cruel. Once your fear has been detected by your opponents, they're just gonna step on you. They're just gonna overwhelm you, and they're gonna just suffocate you. And that's exactly what Scars are facing right now.
Tyrant has been defeated.
RCG, especially for their jungler TNX. TNX is totally just being so chilled at the game right now. He won't be afraid of anyone. He won't be afraid of anyone because like he can just use his on go lead and landing so many insta takedowns on Scars members. No one can stand for that damage. And that caused another problem is that actually Scars are not allowed to do the split up push. Because TNS can be the one from RCG side to do the split push, clean up one way by himself. But for Scars, who's gonna have the power to contest Jin at this time, at this moment? None. So the only way for Scars can go through this time will be 5 people together and hiding behind their towers and try to use Shimoshi's ultimate, try to clean up the wave, buy themselves more time, and find a way out. But when you're playing this game and once you just fall behind, and even worse is that you got such a big core players from your side. I mean, this Lady Sun need items, then Lady Sun need time to farm up. And once you're 5 people together, just sharing the same gold, it's just gonna slow down your farming pace because everyone's sharing the gold that they gain from the minions. So Lady Sun's farming pace will be kind of slowed down by those reactions.
Blue team has destroyed a turret.
And for RCG, I do believe that RCG, they need to take a further movement. They just can't play in such a peaceful way. Regardless, they got 4,000 gold lead. They should play in a more aggressive way, in a more proactive way. And now here comes TNX. Without the ultimate, and Leeson has just been instantly taken down. Leeson was absent from the field, so that also means Mars, there's no output that can be seen from this team. Zhang Fei got his double kill. That was amazing. Support achieved his double wow, and now they're sending those minions to the base. TNX got 4 HPs, and it's really difficult for Scars to guard right now. They're trying to clean up the waves, and ASD is trying his best, but it can't stop RCG. RCG got this time's victory. Congratulations to RCG. Still, we can see RCG, they are really prioritizing their laning advantages as we analyzed before the draft. RCG, they are really comfortable to play with the old strategies, those two core player strategies. And I still remember TNX amazing performance in season 1, and we actually got those highlights from his Jin playing. And this time, even though his Jin didn't show up many times before like 10 minutes, but it was because of Jin's split up push actually led RCG to have the lanes, the winning lanes, and led them to have so many priority to pressure on Scar's laning. Scars is just being so busy to clean up all of those minions. And RCG actually they didn't broke a lot of team fight. Instead, they're just trying to play in quite a safe way. Everyone was there trying to landing a lot of damages on their opponents, but instead of that, they are trying to back up a little bit and trying to just clean up all those resources, all of those mutual objectives, and try to scale up their goal difference and help them to make sure they can do that kind of insta takedown on the core players from their opponent's side. And that's exactly what's happening from the last team fight. It's because Jin was totally fully decked out. So when he was trying to aim in at that Lady Sun just being so squishy. It's just been so squishy to play against this Jin. He just vanished from the team fight, right? You can see Lady Sun just vanished from the team fight. There's no way for him to get out. And for RCG, they're just being so patient. Though I would say like the opening seems to be not that well for RCG, especially for Sadness, right? Sadness seems to be to cry right now. Sadness feels so sad, so frustrated because like during the laning he has been killed twice in a row, and it has a huge impact on himself. But luckily, it do not have any impact on his mindset. I mean, though, like his farming pace has been kind of slowed down, but like his mindset hasn't been like interrupted, right? His mindset hasn't been broken. So like for Sadness, after he has been taken down twice in a row, he just give up to play in an aggressive way. Instead, he just let Zhang Fei to detect every single grass to make sure that no one's actually ambushing there, and let this Ganzhang to do a lot of poking damage for Sadness. So Sadness is gonna be the one to came up later and clean up the field instead of just dashing forward to be the very first one and sacrifice himself. And we can see the MVP goes to TNX. Well, two things. One thing is that TNX actually using his own mechanics and let him to be uncontested, especially for Lung. So the balance has been broke from both junglers, and that's the first thing. Second, it would be TNX's last strike on that Lady Sun to clean up that Lady Sun, clean up the back rows from Scars, let RCG to close out the game. Because Lady Sun was the precious core player from Scars. The reason why Scars is trying to clean up all those minions and trying to buy so many times for themselves is only because they want let Autumn to be fully decked out and let Autumn to bring the team back to make a lot of comebacks. But we can see like from the last team fight, TNX just dashed in, did such a clean insta kill on Autumn. There's even no way for Autumn to get out. And during Autumn's dash, they just sending all of those minions into the crystal and close out the crystal. I am quite amazed about RCG's pace. I mean, like, it's really amazed that they can close out a game in such a short time, because it hasn't been 15 minutes. This game only has like 10 minutes, I guess, right? It only has lost for 10 minutes. And also like the turning point is because TNX was really good, and he was doing that split up push and kind of just let the pressure to do not let the pressure all be such a great burden on Sadness, to let Sadness to carry the team. So we can see TNX totally have a really high position in this team. He's quite trustworthy. Everyone just really think that TNX can carry the responsibility and give him the trust to let him play this team. Because again, in this patch, most of the jungler would try to rotate to play as the tank. For example, like Xiaohodun or Kaiser or Ata, instead of just, you know, still playing as the assassin. So we can see actually it's a little bit different. And here's a rotation that we can see from Scar has been made. Shu would be the support for next matchup, and Ozoktu would be substitute for maybe the next game. I'm not sure, but Shu actually was the first lineups for Scars in season 2. He had played so many games, and last time when we mentioned about ASD rotate to play at the top side, that was Shu to stand out to play as the mid laner. Shu was playing Shimongxi and Wang Zhaojun at that 2 games. But before that, he was originally being the support from Scar, so he's a really good Sun Bing player. He's a really good Tai player. And I believe that maybe for Shu, this time Sun Bing will be the answer. Maybe Scars will try to gain that Sun Bing strategy and trying to build up another well-rounded composition and try to play, you know, just they need some hero to be really tanky, or to offer the whole team a effect to let them to have something like HP recovery or extra armor defense or extra magical defense or etc. Because we can see Scars from the rotations in the game, right? From the rotations in the game, they've always been set in units. They always been set in groups. It's always gonna be like 5 people gathering together and try to rotate together. So if they trying to do so, maybe Sun Bing will be a good choice to let them, you know, rotate faster, and also to let them to gain more priority. Because Scars is always playing such a passive way. I mean, maybe like something can be seen from Scars right now. Maybe they're just going through something, but still, like they need to, you know, bulk up a little bit and trying to, you know, win, or at least make it withdraw, or their points will be really bad for them. though they already secured the place in our playoff spot, due to the double elimination that we're gonna do in the playoff, if you fall behind in the ranking, you're gonna be divided into the lower bracket. And once you're at the lower bracket, actually, you only got one shot. You only got one choice. RCG, Jin has been banned away. Zhang Fei has been banned away. Scar is banning out the Shimon-Shi and Da Chao, no doubt. Luban Master will be the answer. So once they take out this Luban Master, well, they paired up with the Luban number 7 and just let Scars to do the pushing strategy. I know what kind of things that Scars are thinking right now. Because last game, actually we can see Autumn are doing quite a good job doing the lanings, right? He take 2 solo kills in a row in the early game. So if they let Autumn to have heroes like Luban number 7 or Diren Jie paired up this Luban Master, they can prioritize their marksmen more and try to just let Autumn to gain himself the winning lane, and everyone just rotate down, play around this Autumn and trying to push him forward. Just do that one single core player strategy thoroughly. I'm just guessing. I don't know whether they choose for that or not. But if they're taking out this Ganjiang, maybe Luban number 7 will be banned away for RCG. And also Huangzhou. These 2 heroes which can satisfy all of those surmise that I made before. And also just gonna be so dominating in the late game will be banned away for RCG. And also RCG is trying to use the strong jolt. I watched a lot of records in our KAW, and I was a little bit surprised about how frequent it was for teams to take out this strong jolt, because strong jolt will be a nice hero to clean. To use his cleanness and try to purify the control abilities that their opponents landing on his allies. But Zhongzhou is just being a little bit passive, right? That the only thing for him is trying to purify the control ability, but there's no way for this hero to initiate. So RCG definitely needs some hero with the initiation, and Lianpo will be the answer. Lianpo will be the top side, and paired with this Nakamura. Again, RCG's just being in their comfort zone and trying to let TNX form up and going to that classic 2 core player playing style. Nakamura needs time to farm up, and for Scars, if I am Scars, I would just use Alta. I mean, if I am the coach for Scars, I will just use Alta and let Alta to play the top side, let Xiaohodun to play as the jungler, and to build up such a strong early game, and trying to do some early invasion, because Nakamura will be so weak before maybe 6 or 8 minutes, right? Because Nakamura needs time to farm up. If you do nothing towards this Nakamura in the early game, this hero will be so dominate in the late game. Not even mention they got KAW in their hand. So RCG is a typical mid-late game playing style strategy. They need to play defensively in the early game, just hiding behind their towers and trying to clean up all those medias, and that's it. No more things, because they are not be able to contest Scars comp in the early game. in those small skirmishes. And once they lost one skirmish, maybe it's gonna be the disaster for RCG, because like their field is gonna be constantly invaded by Scars. So RCG need to play safe in the early game, and for Scars, this time they need to fight. This time it's time for them to, you know, just do a lot of invasions. And actually, Scars, they did another rotation. They just let their top laner to play as the jungler and let their jungler to play as the top laner. Interesting. Let's wait and see. Both teams switch sides. RCG on the blue side and Scars on the red. I'm a Castanora, and let's wait and see. Scars, what are you doing right now? I mean, like, last game, I mean, things are just going to be so weird for Scars. Everything was doing quite good and smooth. I still remember, like, in game 1, the operation for this team are quite sophisticated. Everything went so well for this team, but I don't know why, like, from the second round of like our regular season, the first game they just did a really weird rotation, right? Let their mid laner to play as the top laner, and now first blood goes to Sadness. Sadness finally take revenge on his side. Sadness smiles again. Shu was a little bit too like over committed. He's really rushing to that lanes because he tried to gain Autumn and win in lane. Try to help Autumn to clean up the minions as soon as he can. But he is playing this River Master, and he only got one skill, which is gonna be his first ability to jump away from the surrounding. Again, first ability to trying to wow. Wow, I mean, like, we mentioned about River Master only got one ability, right? Like this time too. Like it was a replay for the first one. It was River Master trying to use his first ability, get control of his opponent. But the problem is, like, even though he truly got controlled on Garrett, the damage dealt wouldn't be sufficient because Alexio in this patch is so weak in the early game. Like, the attacking speed won't allow this hero, or the burst damage won't allow this hero to come up with such a huge damage dealt once his ally did that preset for him. So River Master really needs to rethink about the logic when he's playing this duel at the bottom. Even though, even like he trying to initiate, he better use his ultimate. And Ishin's passive has been activated by Genjan's flying sword. Nakaru's farming just in such a great way. Actually, no one from Scars are trying to harass this Nakaru. TNX again got 2 jungling level lead against River, against Shahodun. So it will cause huge problem for Scars. I mean, seriously, it's gonna be a huge problem for Scars. And RCG is always slotting Scars right now.
Blue team has slain an enemy.
Dimple just rotate down and gaining the vision. Whoever trying to get close to Garrow will be controlled by this Dimple. Dimple's ultimate trying to rat on this Alexio, and Alexio's flash has been forced out. Here comes Guan Yu. Guan Yu trying to make something miraculously happen. And now check where Gary's position is. He's even going so deep, even going to the second tier 2 tower from Scar's side, trying to chasing those opponents down. And RCG make it with 2-2 straight. And no, it's not the end of the fight. They're trying to do some invasions. They're trying to take away the blue buff. But we can see where 10x is. 10x trying to play in a safe way. King said, ooh, slow down people, slow down, my mate, it's enough, it's totally enough. It's already been such a great opening for Nakamura, I would say. No one's actually harassing Nakamuru's field, no one's actually trying to gank this Nakamura at his weakest time. Nakamura just being invisible, I would say. If he's just taken as a invisible jungler, then he's gonna be invisible in the late game. You know, like Nakamura is just gonna be such a great bomb on Scars. Nakamura already make his active tournament. He already got a 1,000 gold lead against Xiaohou, and now he's on his way to make that Siege Breaker. Siege Breaker needs to take him 2,900 gold. It's still gonna be a long way to go, but let's see, he already got that Storm Sword, so he only needs another Storm Sword. Well, let him to build that item. And once he got the Siege Breaker, well, that's gonna be really, really outrageous.
Blue team has slain an enemy.
Already, Nakamura is broke down and trying to get on this Alexio. Alexio has no way to go. And thanks to ASD's accuracy, actually he's doing quite a good job. And also, like, for Ripper, find a nice space and trying to get control on people. But it seems like RCG trying to take revenge for their mates, for their members. Everyone just playing around Sadness. Sadness is not sad anymore. Sadness is totally enjoying the game. Sadness is just being so busy about taking away the blue buff, clean up all those minion waves, and trying to poking a lot of damage out on Scar's members. Sadness just being so busy right now. And Yuhan, the Strongjoy, is playing as Sadness bodyguard. He never take his eyes away from Sadness. And we mentioned about Garo would be a late game hero, but it happened only if two teams are playing in an even situation. But right now we can see RCG already got 4,000 gold lead, and actually for Scars, no one can get access to this Garo.
Blue team has destroyed a
The
turret.
only way that Scars can take down this Garo is that all of those control abilities should be put in order on this Garo. They can't even just throw all of those control abilities at the same time, because Strongjow's ultimate is gonna purify all of those control abilities. So first thing is that how Scar's gonna trick that Strongjow's ultimate out. That's the first thing. And the second would be how they're gonna use the cooldown reduction, the cooldown that Strongjow's ultimate has, and try to use that kind of flank and try to find themselves another opportunity to do some counterattack. It's not easy, to be honest, it's not easy. Not even mention to Nakamura already got his Siege Breaker. Active tournament, and with the Siege Breaker, Nakamura is going to be the greatest star right now on the battlefield. He's finding his next target. He's haunting. Nakamura is haunting. And Liampo trying to control it, and some people has been control up. Nakamura comes down, but Alexio using this kind of complicated landform allow him to do the triple kill. Wow, Scars! Scars, finally! The reason why they're taking out Alexio finally showed up. Like, Autumn definitely will be the star, will be the hero for Scars. Like, RCG, they are finding a way out, finding a way to accelerate the pace, but they're too rushed into doing that. I mean, for Scars, he just using his second ability and jump over that wall, help them escape away from that gang. So once Nakururu missed that ultimate, missed that one gang, Autumn just instantly break his ultimate and do some comebacks. Nice job for Scars. Triple kill. Well, it's gonna be such a great news to Scars, because after they are having that triple kill, Autumn will have double buffs and everything will went a bit more optimistic for this team right now. Guan Yu has killed this Ishin and now he's chasing this Nakaruru. Oh, here's a small trick, the positioning. But Guan Yu has been targeted by Garo. Garo just constantly doing his base attack and take that Guan Yu down. Ooh, that was so close. Scars is showing us their resilience again. Once this team fall behind, they never just, you know, being so desperated.
Dark Tyrant has been defeated.
Scars is just playing so resilient, and now they're trying to, you know, slow down a little bit and let Autumn to have another red buff. And after Autumn got another red buff, I guess Scars just gonna clean up all of those minions and try to find a way out. Scars is not that kind of team who wants to play proactively. Scars is always gonna be those teams that, okay, I'll let you guys do the first thing. I will just wait and be patient. Once I find that you make some mistake, it's gonna be my time to do the thing. And now Sheldon is going too deep into his enemy surroundings, so it's gonna be a problem for Scars. Sheldon has been taken down. Well, that's the problem when a top laner is playing as the jungler. I mean, yeah, they are still playing the same hero, right? Because Sheldon can flag to be as the top laner and the jungler. But the thing is, once you're playing as the confront laner, or once you're playing as the jungler, the way that you are using this hero will be different. I mean, if you're a jungler, like how you're gonna passing? You're gonna passing from the top side of the map to the down to the bottom side, or vice versa, or you're just gonna play in a totally turning around way. It depends. And also, what's gonna be the time for you to gank? What's gonna be the time for you to, you know, just dive right in? What's be the time for you to claim all of the new objectives, right? You need to get so many choices now at the same time. That's the different way when you're playing different positions. But River, he's just using the Xiaohudun in a quite, I would say, confront laner playing style way.
Red team has destroyed.
He's trying to use the Xiaohudun to gain the vision control, and he totally give up his own farming pace. So actually, no one's trying to do something on this neutral objective. No one's taking the responsibility to do the 4-1 push. No one's actually trying to aim it at the backliners from RCG side. That's a problem when you're trying to do a lot of rotation, like so frequently in your matches.
Overlord has been defeated.
Nakururu trying to reclaim the Shadow Overlord, but Scars won't give you the chance. Now, it's time for RCG to change the strategy a little bit, because for RCG, actually they should ignore TNX from now on. Like they shouldn't wait until TNX is ready. Instead, they just need to play around this Garo and just let Garo to constantly doing those up to damage. Garo's damage out is insane. Check it out, right? Check it out. He just forced out one Master Slap. Because Garo's ultimate allowed this hero to have extra. Once this hero did it on hit damage out, it will let this hero to slow down his opponent's movement speed. So that's the reason why Garo relies a lot on his Shadow Reaper, that kind of red item. And now, since Garo got second close and also like double buff, he can just, you know, constantly doing those basic attacks, landing on his enemy, and they can't stand for that kind of damage out. Try to close out the game. Everyone should be watching this Guan Yu, I would say, because that was really dangerous. But Mphone didn't choose to push them away. And here comes Limpo and this Nakuru, the bombing combo. And did that insta kill on guards. Kimiko has been taking down, double kill goes through this Nakuru. Another triple kill can be seen from RCG side. Game 2, congratulations to RCG. What a nice game. What a nice game. For RCG, they got another 2-0 win that will help them to go up to a higher rank. And also, like, for RCG, they find another suitable way for themselves to execute their comp. You know, it's not easy if you want to be yourself in this patch, because we know that this patch will not be that good for heroes like Nakaruru, for heroes like Jin, or like those double core classic playing strategy. But RCG still, they know that instead of just following the trendy thing, instead of just following the page of the patch, they should find out who they are. They should find out what kind of things they are really good at. And they know that this is gonna be their comfort zone. Yeah, we know that we need to, you know, make more things to be diverse. We really need to enrich our composition, but it's still too early. It's the second round in regular season. So at this current stage, maybe they just trying to secure their points, trying to use those kind of composition that they're really confident with, try to gain more wins and get higher ranking to make sure that they are having the chance to get in the winners bracket and let them to have an extra life in our double elimination in playoffs. And once it goes to best of 5, maybe RCG will go for something else. And one thing that RCG has is that their top laner, actually we know that the rotation from their top laner are quite obvious, because Dao Hen is a typical tanky player. But for Wu Qing is a warrior player. So next time when we see RCG's lineup is Wu Qing with 10x, I guess it's gonna be the time for them to play the tank with that warrior confront laner. But if they trying to let Dao Hen rotate for Wu Qing, maybe it's because they trying to, you know, get back to their comfort zone, get back to their most familiar strategy and play the double core strategy. But that's also gonna be something for those opponents to pay attention to. So if next time they play against RCG, they definitely will find out this sort of detail and make a specific specific plans to this team. All right, MVP goes to Sadness. Sadness is not sad anymore in this game. I mean, he's quite sad in the first game, right? When he's playing that constantly, it was really painful because he's constantly has constantly been targeted by his opponents. But after that, everything just went so well for him, especially for this game. Like he know that once Luban use his first ability, try to get access to him twice. I mean twice. Shu did the same thing twice and has been killed by Sadness twice. So Scars really need to pay attention to those details, especially for the early game. The early game hurt Scars a lot. If it's not because their beautiful counter attack rely on Autumn's Alexio on that blue side build, it would be even more. It would be even a quicker game for Scars. Actually, we can see like the whole game was totally Sadness showtime, right? It was totally Sadness was shining like a diamond. Like he's using this Garo and to using this kind of late game playing hero to be so powerful in the early game. He's doing quite a good job during the lanings, and Sadness is always going to be one of those players who wants to outplay his opponents during the lanings, you know, show off his own mechanics, and that's kind of like his own characteristics, I would say. And the result will be another 2-0, and RCG defeat Scars. For Scars, things gonna be a little bit difficult for them because they got 2 losses actually, so they still got 0 points in their hand. And for RCG, they got another 3 points, so they will have 1 win and 1 draw. The difference between the ranking in the group 2 is that in the second round of our regular season is that we will do our double elimination in the playoff. So the upper side of the upper ranking will have the privilege to go to the winners bracket, and as for the rest of the team will go to the lowest bracket. And we know that the lowest bracket only have got 1 chance. Once they lost that best of 5, they will finish their journey in our HOK's Asian Wave Event Season 2. And for the winners bracket, though even like they lost the first chance, actually they got another shot. They still have got another opportunity to take it back. So that's the reason why all of those teams want to get up to a higher ranking. And our final matchup will take place between RTZ and Impunity. These 2 teams are strong teams, we know that, and we are really looking forward to their plays for our 3rd matchup. And again, after a short break, we will be back.
些善意。
Sure, if you use that flash, but here comes Nova. Wait, it's gonna jump in. It's gonna fall down, and the combination of those players are working so well together. And here you got
断魔
another
灰
kill,
反
double kill.
色原无色，空亦非空。你真的会用这玩意儿吗？
Oh, that is gonna be a close call. Keep
需
getting
要帮
on
忙吗
top.？ Instead, actually getting G time. That's a great push. And getting anyone with a great. And M&A putting the hammer on the nail. Getting those kills. Here comes rebound number 7 with the such a
继续挺进
great.，
让一让。需要帮忙吗？无事发生。
这不是神经病，是理想。
Smart knockup. And Luna is gonna come in with
认
a
真吧。
Here is gonna be a janitor. Wow, Channel. That could be a triple kill, maybe a quadra
早
kill,
就
maybe
知道
not.
你有问题。看看，混蛋！
Now that is what happened. What the flash, the double kill, and this is the counter strike. Triple kill on Juan. What an outplay here.
Triple kill.
全力以赴做正确的事。
MS King doing a lot of damage.
先吃我一锤！
And that is what I'm talking about. RTC fighting back.
我们来比划比划。
Still on the run. Byron getting that double kill. Well, this is gonna be trouble for RTC. Triple kill on Byron.
先吃我一锤！璀璨的破灭。 我们来比划比划。
Welcome back, everyone. This is 2023 Honor of Kings Asian Week Event Season 2, and today's caster Nora. It's gonna be our last matchup. It's gonna be RTZ play against Impunity. Well, it's been a while for me to cast these two teams play against each other because like for Impunity, actually they got the 3rd place in round 1, and now they are also at the 3rd place in the current stage. And for RTZ, things are gonna be really dangerous for them because last time actually they were actually at the 5th place, so they went through the promotion and relegation, and it was so close because when they were playing against MAH, which was the 2nd team from Group B, they win against MAH with 1 score more. That's gonna be a 3-2 win. So everything seems to be really close to RTZ. They're always just gonna touching the bound of the warning, but for RTZ, this team has its own characteristic because RTZ is more like a family-like team, I would say. This team would be a little bit different because they just enjoying the game. I mean, they definitely won the championship, but the champion would never be the only goal for this team. Instead, actually RTZ, they are trying to enjoy the game, trying to enjoy the journey that they spend, enjoy the time that they spend with their team members, with their crews, with their staff, with their coaches, with their managers. And that's the kind of feeling when I'm talking to their coaches behind, I mean off the camera, through those small interviews. So that's one of those characteristics that we can see from RTZ, and actually we can see it from their playing style, because RTZ, instead of playing individually, trying to play individually on all 3 lanes, RTZ always trying to rotate together. they always trying to play in quite a tight way, you know. I mean, that may be something to do with their own like atmosphere, you know, that kind of friendly atmosphere in their team. Everyone just getting so well with their members. So let's see today when they're playing against Impunity. It's also gonna be an uphill challenge, and for Impunity is like they are always been titled as a strong team, and I still believe in that. But the problem is, like, compared to their performance in season 1 or compared to their performance in 2022's KIC, Impunity seems to be a little bit lost right now. They are still quite good. I mean, I never doubt that. The mechanics are still quite good. But the problem is, it seems like they are not getting that well to our new patch. I mean, in the former patch, you mentioned about the classic double core playing style, right? And Impunity is really good at doing that. But in this patch, it really requires the top laner to play the warrior and let the jungler to play as the tank. And it seems like Impunity hasn't been totally adapted to the patch. So that will make the mid game to be a little bit lost. They are not capable to finish the game in quite a quick way, and that's something they really need to solve. And once they solve the problem, I do believe that this team will go further and will just, you know, be really dominant again. So let's see, did Impunity make any improvement? Did they just find out the problem and solve it? Once they are playing against RTZ today, it's going to be the test. RTZ is taking out this Gongsun Li with Tai Zhenren and also Yixin to be the mid lane. Nice initiation, we can see, and nice skirmishes we can foresee. Because once you got Tai Zhenren and Yixin, that also means you're full of those small control abilities. And also, Gongsun Li is one of those tricky heroes to do, you know, insta burst damage, right? He might not be that good to deal with those tanky heroes, but he's really good to steal a lot of opportunity, to see some moments and get some, you know, really quick punch, just like you're doing boxing, right? You just can't rely on your heavy hit again and again. You need to stab. You need to stab a lot of times. And Gongsun Li would be one of those marksmen who would be really good to use to stab, you know. It's not like Ladison. Ladison is those marksmen to do those heavy punches. But once Gongsun Li stabs a lot, and combined with those soft control ability provided by Yixin or Tai Zhenren or this Lianpo, RTZ can do quite a good job with those small skirmishes, especially around those complicated landforms. For example, during the dragon camps, or around the red buff side, or around the blue buff side, or etc. And for Impunity is trying to do a lot of counterattack. It's mainly because Impunity is on the red side. So on the red side, they are trying to use this Jingchan to be a nice counterattack towards this Gongsun Li, towards this Gongben Wuzang, towards this Miyamoto Musashi. Sorry, it's because like Jingchan's first ability can allow this hero to just lock in, like cage in those heroes with mobility. So once they take out this Jingchan, they can just, you know, do a lot of ganks. And also, like in the late game, I mean, once it up to maybe 15 minutes, it's gonna be a full time for Impunity to complete their composition, because Byron and Xiaohodun can just directly find out the Gongsun Li's position, and they're just gonna be too tanky for Gongsun Li to deal with. Not even mention to Huang Zhong, just gonna be so powerful in the late game. So RTZ, they really need to pushing forward in quite a tight way before maybe 10 minutes the fast, and let's see what kind of things they can do. RTZ is on the blue side and Impunity is on the red side. Typical Impunity style. I don't even know what to say. I think we know that Impunity didn't been that kind of attack to this patch, but they still keep some kind of custom, you know. The first time that I saw this team, the very first time when I was casting this team's games, when it was like 2022, right? The Impunity is none of their early invasion. No matter what kind of patches, no matter what kind of heroes they have, they're just gonna attack. Typical Impunity playing style. Typical Impunity playing opening style. Early invasion. And that works! That works because RTZ didn't expect that. Why you would be there and take away my blue buff right before my eyes? Nice controllability that we can see from RTZ. Try to stop a lot of attacks. Try to stop Tempest. But it's not enough for you to stop Impunity because Impunity is unstoppable. And no matter what kind of patches it is, no matter what kind of heroes they're choosing, they never stop to doing those constant invasions, to do those constant attacks, and they try to suppress you. Whoa, Reaper has been knocked out by Lianpo, but where's the damage though? There's no damage that can be seen from RCG because the only one that can put out this kind of damage would be that Gongsun Li. But Sang wasn't there. Sang was just concentrating on his own lanings. So nice AoE control from Shen, but no damage out, it won't be enough. And for Impunity again, they get something back. Even like this time they didn't grab away that blue buff, but they take that Lianpo's life. So still worth it. We can see how greedy Impunity is. Actually, you know, before the 4 minutes, the field was on the field's right protection, so the damage dealt would be decreased for Impunity because they are trying to do those invasions. And but still, after they find that it's really hard for them to grab away that blue buff, they find out that okay, Lianpo is just gonna be a little bit over committed and overstep a little bit. They just instantly find out the chance and let's just be like, okay, we can't take that away and we'll just take you down. So it's typical Impunity's way of playing, you know. They never do trade. They always do they grab away a lot of things. They destroy a lot of things. They are those kind of team that, okay, we are not trying to do it peacefully. We just trying to fight. We just trying to be naughty. Like, yeah, like Impunity is just like those naughty kids, you know, like always do a lot of tricks, always do a lot of like things and trying to get advantages from you, you know. And they never stop doing a lot of things. And it's not only about how aggressive they are during the lanings, but also they always trying to do something more. They're not satisfied about only focusing on those lanings. They always trying to do something more. For example, early invasions, or those initiations, or those 2 versus 1 ganks. No matter what, but Impunity never just being so satisfied with their current peaceful laning phase. So they never wait for like 4 minutes or 8 minutes. They always just gonna just keep fighting, keep invading. And for RTZ is one of those teams trying to be gentle. You know, you can see it. It's really interesting when we're casting the game, because we've seen thousands of players. We've casting thousands of games, so we can just, you know, see what kind of characteristics that those players are. Even though they're hiding behind those heroes, they're manipulated those heroes. They're actually hiding behind their phones. But still, you can feel it by their performances on the battlefield. And then, again, Impunity comes in, and it was on the 4 minutes mark, and the protection has disappeared. So this time Impunity even go more wild. They even go more wild. And for RTZ, as I said, they are trying to play in quite a gentle way. I mean, maybe it's something to do with their mindset. I mean, RTZ also wants to gain for a higher ranking, definitely, no doubt. Every single player wants to have that championship without any doubt. But still, RTZ, they do not have that kind of pressure or eager about, okay, we're just gonna win against that in that way, in a quite clean way. Instead, RTZ is always just trying to be gentle. They are enjoying the game, so they are more focusing on their communications, and they always just gonna do one decision after like all of those members has their agreement on this kind of decision. But sometimes it will make those decisions to take so long time and make it to hesitation. So that's the reason why RTZ do not have the capacity to, you know, close out the game in quite a short time. Every single game was so long for RTZ. Because they trying to make sure that every single member are at the position. Every single member are at their most comfortable setting. And then it's gonna be the time for them to take another movement, to take another action. But sometimes it's gonna be too late, you know. They really need to play more wild, you know. If we just moderate RTZ and Impunity, then you know it's gonna be a different thing. But anyway, in Impunity right now, they can feel that, okay, you wanna play gentle, you wanna back off, then now I just grab all of the resources away. They're taking all of those resources away. Every single boss, every single small monsters in their field. And now they're letting off to break his ultimate, using his long attacking range, trying to do some poking damage, trying to take down the milling tower. But it's still too early because the minion waves are just being so weak. They can't stand for a long time. Impunity already gained the full vision control in the mid lane. They're trying to stand in all of those minions and let Huang Zhong to do the poking damage. RTZ really needs to react right now. If they do not try to initiate, because I think like they got Limpo, they got Yixing, they got Tai Zhenren. I can't see anything that I can't see any reason why they try to escape. I mean, like they have a full ability to, you know, initiate. There's so many initiations that we can see from RTZ side, but they never make anything happen. Instead, they're just trying to, you know, rotate together and try to clean up the waves, and that's it. But they need to know that once they just fall behind, Impunity can use their Jing Chan, just trying to do a lot of, you know, targeting poking damage on one single person. It won't be a long time for Lianpo to be not that tanky anymore.
Tyrant has been defeated.
Impunity is right now scaling up their items, especially for Huanzhong. Huanzhong only got one level up, and also like the monsters always keep his eyes on Huanzhong. Here comes Lianpo. Lianpo got a really nice engagement, but the problem can be seen again. This time, Gongsun finally come up with his damage out and got a really decent kill, making it to 1-1 trade. That was really close. Because we can see like the time when Shen jumps in, actually no one can come up with him. Son used so many abilities, try to catch up Lianpo and just trying to make that kind of effort works. But RTZ just gave away so many summoner skills, Tigers, Flash has been forced out. And for Impunity, they sacrificed one person, but Huanzhong was still there, so everything is gonna be so good for them too. In those complicated lands, Huanzhong just being so comfortable setting and secure setting. No one's actually being such a great threat on Huanzhong. I mean, like with Miyamoto Musashi, he really needs to stand out right now. I know like he's having a really torturing game because his red buff and blue buff has been taken away by Impunity again and again. He definitely will fall behind with his goals, but he needs to stand out and lock that Huanzhong down. He needs to come in and lock that Huanzhong down or get some threat on him and head up with Huanzhong Li's damaged out, let them to get some kills, just like this one. Like, if they can take that Baron down, there's no doubt that they can take that Huanzhong down. I mean, it works in the same way. Huanzhong's even more squishier than that Baron. So RTZ, we really need to highlight this Miyamoto Musashi. But Miyamoto is not that healthy anymore, so he needs to get back to the fountain first and get his HP bar being fully recovered. And at the same time, that also offers Impunity another opportunity to get that blue buff again. I like, is that like the fourth blue buff or the fifth blue buff? Did Miyamoto Musashi only got one buff set so far? That one around like 2 minutes or 3 minutes, right? 3,000 gold lead goes over to Impunity, and now it's gonna be a slow game for Impunity. They already made such a great advantage in their weakest period. I mean, this game, for this composition, the mid game will be really weak for this team, but due to this kind of huge gold difference, I mean 4,000 gold lead, especially Op already got 10k. I mean 10k. That's insane. He already made his day breaker. So Impunity just trying to pressure a lot on RTZ's towers and trying to, you know, take out all of those high ground towers and keep crushing RTZ and trying to finish the game. The vanguards are coming in. Yamato's still trying to get his blue buff. Hey, it's not gonna be the time for you to get your blue buff. Check the battlefield. Liverpool trying to come in, but no one's actually aiming at this Huang Zhong. Huang Zhong is constantly doing those output damage. But Liverpool comes in again, try to get another control ability. Finally, it comes Miyamoto Musashi. Double claw goes over to this hero. Finally, it was so close. I mean, if it's not because of Shun's like constant control, landing on impunity, that would be really dangerous. But we can see, like we mentioned about this Miyamoto Musashi again and again. We said like Miyamoto would be the only hero from RTZ who can steal something on this Huang Zhong. And after he joined the battle, everything changed. He's gonna be the turning point. He's gonna be the one to carry the responsibility. And finally, RTZ made it. Finally. It's gonna be the turning point for RTZ right now. After this team fight, we can see they actually reversed those goal difference back. They even got 1,000 or 600 goal lead. Actually, they just equalized the goal difference, and that's gonna be such a great news for RTZ. Let's watch the replay, right? First, Miyamoto is far away from his member, and here comes Liverpool, and Liverpool just taking so many damage, and Up thought that it's gonna be the end. Up never think that okay, the game will start again, the team fight will start again. So he's just being a little bit off guard. He lowered his guard and checked his positioning. He's just gonna be overstep a little bit, and he's actually just ignoring all of those control abilities. But the problem is, yes, the damage dealt offered by those control ability is minor. He won't be afraid of those control ability, but the problem is those kind of time that he has been controlled just by the opportunity for Miyamoto Musashi to come in. So even though Miyamoto Musashi was far away from his allies before the team fight kicked off, but right at the moment he was there. His ally to did a lot of preset, did a lot of like control ability landings to let Miyamoto Musashi to buy the time, let him to aid, and directly lock that up down. So that's the details, that's the logic hiding behind this big fight.
Overlord has been defeated.
And now everything just being equalized. Instead of like those advantages that Impunity has, they use that kind of advantage to take out one of the Tyrant Towers from RTZ side. So Impunity still win the upper hand. They got one winning lane. And also after they got the Shadow Tyrant, they unleashed the Dark Path in the mid and trying to take down another high ground tower, and now actually they're targeting at the top side of the map.
Red team has destroyed a turret.
Melee high ground tower will be the one that fall down, so next will be the top side of the map. Impunity, they are not rushing to do a lot of things. They know that they already got such a huge winning rate. The only and the core mission for this team is to protect their marksman, and that's it. Up is always been linked by his support, by Megami. Megami is always standing behind his marksman and offering him the hand, offering him the flexibility, that strain. And once he finds that something's gonna be wrong, it's gonna be a problem, then he just let Huang Zhong to click that button on your screen and pull him back. If both teams trying to play in a cautious way, then I would say this game will go to the Tempest Dragon, which will be the 20 minutes mark. Well, we can see Miyamoto Musashi is trying to be so sneaky. So does Byron. Both teams are trying to initiate right now. Lianpo comes in, then they get access to this Huangzhou. Huangzhou has been surrounded. Both marksmen has been surrounded, but Huangzhou survived from this surrounding, and he's just sit down and constantly doing his output. But for RTZ, poor Gongsun Li just vanished from the team fight, so it ended up with a 3-2 trade. RTZ only got their Lianpo and their support. There's no way for them to clean up all their super minion waves, and for Impunity up, this Huangzhou is still be there, and he's actually wearing that kind of extra life, so there's just no more things to be worried about. Congratulations for Impunity winning the first game. It has been a great game. I mean, it's gonna be a little bit tough for Impunity in the mid game once they just lower their guard a little bit, and once like Huangzhou has been locked down by that Miyamoto Musashi, Impunity faced a little bit trouble, but it's all because like Impunity built such a great advantages in the early game to let this team to be like they have the tolerance, they have the room for making mistakes, right? Because you earn for it. It's only because of your efforts that you've put. It's only because of all of those advantages that you made in the early game to let you have a huge room for you to make some mistakes. But you're playing against with RTZ, and it's okay for you to make some mistakes. But if we make it to another way, when you're playing with BSE or when you're playing with Nova Esports, every single detail might be a strike. Because for RTZ, I mean, it's really nice for them to do the counter attack, and we can see like from the last team fight, they have that kind of awareness about, okay, we're gonna initiate right now. But it's like RTZ again, like for this team, it's more like they need to have 100% confidence that, all right, we are gonna have maybe 80 or up to 90% winning rate, then we are gonna engage. They never hazard. No, they never hazard. They need to make sure that everyone just keep concentrating on one thing and go through a full communication. After everyone's agreements about, okay, we're gonna engage, and then they're just gonna take that one action. Well, it goes on two ways. One way, it means like these teams are really tight, like the coordination and the communication. But the other way would be like, after they fall behind, it's really hard for them to counterattack, because they actually can do the same thing maybe in an earlier game, maybe around 6 or 8, because at that time Impunity, though they got several advantages, but the Huangzhou's damage out wouldn't be enough, right? He's not that rich at the time. Actually, RTZ can just flex their marksman, the Gongsun Li, to the top side of the map, just like what BSE did. And after they rotated to the top side of the map, they can just do a lot of nice ganks on Impunity's early invasions, because they're just going too bold, they're just going too deep into RTZ side. So it's more about the flexibility that RTZ the better have, right? The better have, but still, right, they're doing a great job. And for Impunity, it's because of their experiences, and also like their I don't know, like their aggressions, right? I mean, like typical Impunity playing style. And this time you can see MVP definitely will be X0, his Byron, because it's all about like his Byron with that Xiaohodun constantly just invading into his opponent's jungles and taking away the blue buffs, several blue buffs in a row, and also just clean up, grab away all of those neutral objectives, those monsters. Like it's a replay of the first blood. Only 3 people on the top side of the map from Impunity, trying to, being sent in unit and trying to take away that blue buff. And also like from the last team fight, he's the one to take the role, to play the role as the assassin. He's the one to sneak, right? He and Miyamoto Musashi, and he succeeded. Byron succeeded. He came in and boom, hammered on the ground and knocked that Gongsun Li up. Gongsun Li just suddenly vanished from the game, and he even got himself a triple kill. So X-Hero definitely gonna be the hero for RTZ, for Impunity in this game. And I mentioned about this player again and again because I do have my respect, and I do admire this player, because we know that X-Hero rotates from the mid laner to the top laner. And also we know that this patch requires the top laner not only gonna be able to play the tanks, but also always just prioritize more about the warriors. And once you're playing as the warriors, you need to, you know, play as an assassin and trying to threat more at the backliners. So it's going to be a huge challenge for X-Hero. I mean, the whole year is going to be a huge challenge for X-Hero. And I'm really happy to see that he's just going to be more and more mature and more sophisticated with this game. And I do believe that he's a really good player with potential. So as for Impunity too, like this team, I mean, like their opening set or their playing style is always gonna be so fierce, right? They always play such an aggressive way, and every time when I'm casting the performance, when I'm casting their games, it's gonna be so spicy. Every single game, right? Impunity never stop. They're unstoppable. It's are they Impunity for their invasions? I mean, because I mean the name of the team is more like they never be punished about their invasions. Because in this patch, it's really rare to see a lot of teams still be stick to those early invasions in the game, because they are so afraid of making mistakes. They're so afraid about maybe if I lost a chance, if I have been taken down, if I lost my pace, if I blah blah blah, a lot of hesitation, a lot of, you know, things just gonna be go through in their mind. But Impunity never care about that. They're just gonna be like, okay, all right, dive right into the game, go, dive right into the jungle. And that's it. It's kind of like a straightforward strategy. I don't know, it's gonna be a double-edged sword, because if they just do it thoroughly and do it with a really nice coordination, and when they're playing against those teams who's not that well prepared about how they're gonna handle this kind of early situation, or those teams who always gonna be playing in a quite passive way, or they're always trying to, you know, avoiding a lot of team fights, then it might work. But if you're playing with those teams with full experience, they're definitely just gonna set up a trap for you, and once you step in, I would just cage you in and try to lock you down. And after you've been locked down, you've been taken down, it's gonna turn the table around. And the one who has been invaded by Impunity, that team will see the moment to grab away those neutral objectives. Vice versa, you know. So I don't know. It's gonna be a double-edged sword, this kind of aggression that Impunity have. Anyway, game 2 right now, they swept their side, and Impunity on the blue side, RTZ on the red side. Impunity banned away 2 strongest tanky heroes, and they let that child to be an open position. They did it on purpose. They're trying to, they're trying to train their Dacha strategy. Because Impunity is not that favored about this Dacha. They are more favored about those fighting comps. For example, heroes like 鬼谷子, heroes like 太乙真人, or heroes like 梦琪,夏侯惇, like these kind of heroes. but Impunity know that once they secure the ticket to go to that playoff, once they need to play that best of 5, that shell is inevitable. None of those teams could ignore this natural strategy. It's gonna be inevitable. So Impunity, when they're playing with RTZ, they just bring out this nutshell, paired up with this classic Dacho and Ali duel at the bottom side, gain themselves a winning lane, and to see how many windows that they can make it open for themselves. And for RTZ, good thing is that they have the awareness about how they do the counter attack. They just grab the Fuzu away, because Fuzu plus this Dacho would also be a nice combo, but also gonna be a nice comp. They grab it away and paired up with this Ganzhang. So it's just gonna turn this Lao Fuzi into another way of playing, that once he bound some enemy and Ganzhang just gonna stab on this immobilized target. You know, like it's just gonna be like Fuzi is gonna be the one to settle it down, and Ganzhang is only gonna be the one to bring up some damage down, and did that to complete that insta kill. So it's gonna be a nice combo. Just like you're playing with Donghuang Taiyi plus that Angela. It's sharing the same logic. And during the second banning phase, RTZ ban away my name and also Alien. Maybe Impunity will have a regular tank confront laners. Ooh, Tigress. If they want that Tigress, then they really need to have a strong early game confront laners choice. Lu Bu? I don't know. For I totally understand why they trying to lock down Lu Bu. It's because RTZ got Fuzi, RTZ got Zhangfei, RTZ got Ata. All 3 heroes just gonna be so tanky. It's horribly tanky for Impunity to deal their damage with. Especially they're taking out this Ali, right? Like Gun Sun Li is not that kind of marksman who's gonna be a great dealer to those horrible tanks. So Impunity, they take out this Lu Bu to deal those kind of true damage towards those tanks and try to make some consolation effort. But the problem is, once you take out this Lu Bu, your early game pace won't be that tight, because Lu Bu in this patch really needs time to farm up. It may be like over 16 or 18 minutes. Then Lu Bu, after this hero has been fully decked out, he can step out. But Tigress or Gun Sun Li is none of their fast pace, especially for Tigress. Tigress is one of those junglers who needs to make a lot of things happen in the early game. He needs to do those invasions. He needs to do the junglings. He needs to focusing on his own pace. But how Lu Bu's gonna support that? I mean, how Lu Bu's gonna support that? Support Tigress to do all of those those early invasions. The tankiness, their lack of tankiness. So that's gonna be a severe situation for Impunity to face. And let's just see how they're gonna handle the problem. Switch their side, and Impunity's on the blue side, RTZ's on the red side. RTZ, are they just being aware of those early invasions because they already been outplayed once by impunity using that kind of trick. So what about this time? We can see Tigress already sneaked into the opponent's jungles, but it's gonna be a little bit late for Zhang to recheck his blue buff. Even worse is that actually Ata wasn't there. Ata was at his blue buff side and trying to jungling the jungling pass with from the blue side to the red side. That also means he's gonna be a little bit late to aid at the top side of the map. So what's gonna be the next time? What's gonna be the next? Because we can see like Zhao Jun and Genjang both are cleaning up those mid lane waves, so they will have the same priority to aid their members, to aid their mates. I would say RTZ, it seems like they trying to hand over the first red buff to the Tigress, to impunity again. So after they just being so gentle, after just always just giving a lot of just being so generous, while they just be snowballed again by impunity, I'm not sure, but we can just wait and see. And as so far we can see our match has been paused due to a network connection issue, and our on-site troubleshooting is in progress. Please stay tuned for more updates. It's gonna be a small pause, but I do believe that this kind of small pause will let these two teams to have more time to rethink about their executions. Because RTZ, we know that it's quite good for you to enjoy the game or to trying to play in a peaceful way, but the problem is, if you're trying to play in a peaceful way, that is not equal to something that I'm just gonna be so generous. I'm just gonna be so generous and giving up all of those resources. As our game is such a high tempo paced game, that also means every single resources matters a lot, because again, like small difference can be scaled up into huge gap. So RTZ really need to rethink about their executions. But this time we can see they are taking out the Ganzhang and Fuzi. We mentioned about the combo, right? We mentioned about the Fuzi and Ganzhang combo. So if they use it wisely, they just need one shot. That's gonna be a good news. If Fuzi use his ultimate and bound that Tigress, or he just restrict that Gongsun Li, and they directly came up with Ganzhang's burst damage, they can just totally cut off the pace that Impunity want. Because there's a vision board in Impunity's mind, in the early mid game, they will just let Tigress and Gongsun Li to rotate frequently and trying to make a lot of things happen all over the map. And at the same time, Lu Bu will be the one to farm up to build up the items, and Lu Bu will be the one maybe to offer some AoE controllability by his ultimate, and to let them have a really nice chance during the engagement. But that would be a perfect vision board in Impunity's mind. For RTZ, they only need one shot. Take down that Tigress or take down that Gongsun Li. Oh, Alta! Wow. It gives me that kind of feeling that he is not that comfortable with playing this Alta. Because like he never used Alta before. He used Kaiser, he used Jin, he used Xiaodun, he even used Mingyue, but he rarely used this Alta. The reason why I'm saying this is because actually Alta's ability allows this hero to gain immunity when he's using his skills. So he can utilizing his immunity to get away of Zhao Jun's second ability, that Frozen, but he didn't use that, and he has been taken down. And now RTZ even trying to do some tower dive. I think RTZ is now a little bit lost. After they just give up their rebuff to Impunity, and also they sacrifice their Alta, and Alta has been taken as the first blood. Everything seems to be so lost. Here's Lubu comes in, offering some small control abilities, and grab away that rebuff. And now Fuzi is trying to do some solos. Well, RTZ, we know that back to the dwarf, actually RTZ is playing at the red side, so they did a lot of counter attack. For example, they take away that Fuzi, and the wise thing that they did was that they take out the Ganzhao Moye, try to complete a nice combo. But the problem is, if they try to take out this Alta, they really need to make sure that they know this hero well. Like, if you do not know this hero well, or if you're not that familiar with playing this hero, then it's gonna be a problem for you to solve, because Impunity, they put all their money in, they get it all in. It was Da Chao's strategy. They're trying to do some trainings, but RTZ, after they got one game for behind, they really need to take out some signature hero and to make sure that they got the capacity to handle this kind of invasion, to those paces. Impunity is right now just going outrageous. They just went outrageous. Like, no one can stop him. Again, Impunity just being the unstoppable Impunity. Typical Impunity playing style. And now, forgive me, never mind about those weaknesses that I mentioned about, because I didn't expect that the game will win in this way. I mean, Impunity is totally just they're not stealing things. They're just grabbing things away. They're robbing all of those things away. Because they definitely find out that he is not that familiar with Alta, this hero. So they're just being really greedy, and they're not gentlemen. They're just trying to rob a lot of things away. And once this kind of composition has a great goal difference, goal lead, they are just gonna be dominating, because this kind of comp allowed them to snowball the game in a insanely fast pace. Da Chao's ulti allowed those heroes to get back to the fountain and being fully recovered and get back. So that also means Impunity's member is always going to be such a healthy condition to let them to, constantly engage again and again. Fuzi is trying to buy more time for his allies, and he breaks his ultimate, but he didn't realize that someone's waiting there. When Zhao Jun just break his ultimate and try to slow down Fuzi. Fuzi just, wow, he's running away from his own tower, on tier 1 tower on the top side of the map, and he appearing at the bottom side of the map. He come such a long way. He came such a long way, but he eventually has been caught by Impunity. And now, as I've mentioned about Impunity, can just utilizing Da Chao's second ability and trying to rotate people back to the fountain, and just keep their attacking pace. I was wondering whether Dacha will make the mastery of this hero or not, because in the new patch, in the new latest patch, okay, Dacha got his very first mastery item. But it's kind of offer the possibility to let this hero not just play as a support, but also play as a mid laner. It's quite prevalent right now in the game, in our own rankings, right? When we're doing the ranking. But since you're playing in the professional game, you usually will be lack of money when you're playing this support. So none of those stats when they're playing support will have the mastery. But I mean, this game they already got 6,000 gold lead. So while Megami to try to use that mastery and let that to be totally another hero, I'm expecting to see that. And here's something that here's some information about his mastery, that once you are having that mastery, which it requires 2,000 gold. That's definitely apparently gonna be a luxury for heroes like that, when he's playing support. Anyway, once you're having that mastery, your skills gonna be combined into 3 different skills, right? Your skills gonna combine to 3 different skills, and it's gonna offer you a higher magical like attacking damaged out, and also like your transformation is gonna be just gonna be converted into a totally another formation. So it's really interesting, and it's worth a try. Here comes Fuzi, trying to lock in that Lu Bu. Lu Bu wait for the right moment and break his ultimate, let him to escape away from this kind of surrounding. You can see the map is totally in control of Impunity. There's no way for RTZ to stop Impunity right now.
Tyrant has been defeated.
The Tyrant is in the hand of Impunity, and it hasn't been 10 minutes. And now they're aiming at the Fuzi. Fuzi has been forced out by his flash, and even worse is that on his way home, he has been frozen by Zhao. RTZ totally been teared apart by Impunity. RTZ is not that familiar with those attacking pace, and Impunity is managing 3 lanes at the same time and trying to attacking those high ground towers. Melee high ground tower has fallen down, and now it's gonna be the bottom side of the high ground tower. Genjan tried his best trying to clean up the minions. He even lost his half HP. He knows that he needs to use his skills and try to clean up all those minions, or otherwise there's no way for RTZ to retreat anymore. And now Impunity is constantly controlling all of those mutual objectives. We can see Dark Tyrant is also on the side of Impunity, and that's not enough for Impunity. They want more, they want double dragon. Again, typical Impunity playing style. You know, Impunity is one of those teams, once they find one chance, they would snowball the game till the end. They wouldn't let their opponents to have any chances to do those counterattacks. Oh, that Tyrant has been reclaimed. That Shadow Overlord has been reclaimed by Sun. It's kind of like a little bit dramatic, I would say, because he jumped in, like Anta jumped in, and he tried to smite on that Shadow Overlord. But Lin Feng just used a small trick and trade out that smite. But the problem is he himself didn't even find the right moment to smite that Shadow Overlord down, so it has been reclaimed by Luba number 7 again. So the truth is, double jungler with smite didn't claim the vanguards competing with the marksman. It's sort of dramatic, but anyway, if RTZ reclaimed the Dark Tyrant and the Dark Overlord, it's kind of buying themselves more time to, you know, consist a little bit. They can use the Shadow Overlord to clean up all those waves. Dante just suddenly breaks his ultimate. And here Lu Bu comes in and directly aiming at Alta, flash in, 1 more kills. And now he get back a little bit, and here comes the super minion wave. There's 3 people now surviving from RTZ's side. But Impunity never care about the rest of members, they just want the victory. Another win goes over to Impunity. 2-0, they defeat RTZ. So that also means Impunity will have 1 win in their hand, 1 draw in their hand. Not bad. At least they got 4 points right now in their hand. Good job for Impunity. And even better for this team is that now they find their confidence back, right? They found their confidence back, and also in season 2, they finally used the Satchel strategy, and that somehow showed that they are now preparing for the playoffs. Because again, we know that once we are doing that best of 5 format, Satchel strategy is going to be inevitable. Whoever not be able to mastery that Satchel will totally fall behind during the drop. It's gonna be the shortage, right? You can't just always hiding your shortage off. I mean, if it's in the regular season, you only need to do the best of 2, and then that's okay. But if we're doing a serious best of 5, Satchel is inevitable. So Impunity, they got the courage. They got the courage to face their Satchel strategy and trying to do some trainings in the real game. It's not trainings because you are doing the real pointing game against RTZ. And now, good news for Impunity, it seems like they already solved a lot of problems, and we can see like that the coordination right now comes to be tighter and tighter from Impunity, and also the decisiveness, we saw it again. But still, like for Impunity, typical their early invasion playing style might be a double-edged sword. We won't know. It's gonna be defining by the future play. And for RTZ, well, I do love this this club. I do love this team because like the atmosphere, the vibe is quite good in this team. But if they really want to go for a further step, then they really need to be more dedicated into the game. Because like game 1 is not bad. I mean, they at least they fight, right? At least for game 1 they fight back. They find some way to gain themselves back for themselves. But second game, they are totally just being manipulated by Impunity. I mean, every single pace, every single back and forths, every single timing, every single marks, they just totally being manipulated by Impunity. So I don't know, like, if it's a nice thing for RTZ or not, but I still hope that this kind of team can have more momentum in their mind and trying to gain more things. And anyway, like this time our MVP goes to Xiaoli. I still remember like Fuzi when Shen trying to, you know, gain more time for his team, and he come all the way down from the top side of the map to the Tyrant camp. It was Xiaolin trying to block him away and try to take him down. It was really interesting. And also the last team fight, right? It is still gonna be poor Shen. He thought that he made it. He thought that he made it to escape away from the surroundings. But the problem is Xiaolin's Zhao Jun was there waiting for him. and get Fuzu just being frozen and using his ultimate to, just pouring all of those ice damage down, and there's no way for Shen to get out. So it's really interesting to see this kind of things happen on the battlefield. Anyway, like for Impunity, another 2-0 win against RTZ. So again, like for day 2 in our second round of regular season, and all 3 games end up with a 2-0. And actually we can get a small drawback to today's matchup. I would say the first game when Nova Esports are playing against BSE defeat Nova Esports. I am not that surprised because I always have my belief in BSE. So do I in Nova Esports, because I still believe that these 2 teams are the most competitive teams as so far that I see in KAW to have the chance vying for that ticket to go to KIC. And also, if BSE still keep that kind of strength, if BSE still keep that kind of momentum, and if they truly got the ticket to KIC, I also believe that this team will surprise a lot of people when they're watching KIC. It's not like those kind of showcases that we saw from last year. This year, our format has been, a totally different format, and also the patch also is going to be changed. So if BSC is still keeping their hard efforts, hard working, keep their dedications into the game, into the training, and always improving themselves, I do believe they have such a bright future. And it's only gonna be the start, and they already got 7 wins in a row as so far. And also for Nova Esports, sometimes it's good for team to taste failure, because if you're always gonna win, you kind of just sometimes you're gonna lower their guard, or you would never know that what kind of problem that I have. You would never find out those mistakes. Sometimes failure is gonna be the stone, it's gonna be the test on for you to find out your own weakness, and the sooner the better, because it hasn't been playoffs, it's still gonna be the regular season, and we know that Nova Esports points actually will have led them to have such a high opportunity to go to the winners bracket. So they actually do not need to worry about the winners bracket at this time. Once they taste their failure, actually it can test out the shortage, and again, the sooner the better, they can solve it before they truly entered into the playoffs. So I would say this failure we would treat it into a optimistic way for Nova Esports. And also for the second game, RCG play against Scars. RCG win against Scars with a 2-0, and the second game, Impunity win against RTZ with a 2-0. Both team would be more like Impunity and RCG is playing in quite aggressive way. They are just stick into their own style and trying to doing a lot of snowballing things. Every time when they find out the opponents are not that brave or not that kind of contest, like RTZ or Scars, they do not have that kind of willing to fight back. Instead, it's not like they do not want to fight back. It's more like they want to be well prepared than to fight back. It's all about the timing. Once Scars and RTZ they fall behind, they are always thinking about, okay, if I just let the game to last for maybe over 15 or 18 games, then I still have my chance. I still got my chances. But when they're playing against teams like Impunity or RCG, they suddenly realize that, alright, there's no late game. There's no late game for them to fight back, because Impunity and RCG will be one of those, 2 of those teams who will be more and more greedy, who will be more and more aggressive, and all of those games that we saw played by these two teams are always going to be spicy games. They're always going to be just do it head to head and trying to do great on the lanings and do great on the early invasions. They're always trying to gain the priority to do the things first, being so proactive. So that's the differences between like the styles. And sometimes we know that different styles will lead to the different results. But still, if you are really confident with your own heroes or with your own strategies, you know that, okay, I've got 80% confidence, or I've got 100% confidence that I will make it to 20 minutes, then it's okay. Then it's totally okay. It's all about how you're gonna make your composition to be so suitable to your execution. Right? Every single comp do have their logic. The problem is how you're gonna execute in a perfect way, and that's the key point. That's the fact. All right, and that's all of the things from Group A. And we will have a totally new current ranking, and during the ranking, we can see BSE will be at the top one side, the first place in the current ranking, which is going to be, wow, I do love the story, being the dark horse, being the underdog, but keep the momentum, raising from the downside, and just boom or rush to the most top side. We always see a lot of things happen from the novels or from the movies, and BSZ are totally just gonna be the main character from that movie. We always love those stories. Anyway, let's recheck today's result. BSE 2-0 Nova, and RCG 2-0 defeat Scars, and our last game Impunity with a 2-0 defeat RTZ. So again, it's always gonna be a 2-0 clean win, and BSE with 2 wins in a row. Now they're just gonna be the top side of our Group A, and now RCG and Impunity with 1 win, 1 draw, will currently be at the second place. And for Nova Esports, it's because they lost their game against BSE, so they will be at the 4th place. I do believe that this kind of failure would somehow let Nova Esports to realize some of their shortages, and next time we were watching these teams play against each other, it's gonna be another story. And the next few matchup days is gonna take place in Group B. As we can see now, Group B only have got 1 game. MNH play against Glock, and now MNH got 1 wins in a row. 1 wins, not in a row, sorry. But MNH after BSE went into Group A, MNH will be the most dominant team in Group B. Let's just wait and see. And for our MVP ranking, Hua from MNH now is at the 1st place. So does Zhihong. So because they both have 7 times of our MVP achievement. And for Shen from Nova Esports, he got 6th, so he's actually at the 3rd place. And as for the 4th place, MHJS, RCG Sadness, and RCG 10X, they are actually at the 4th place. So we can see the MVP ranking is is also gonna be really tight, right? It's also gonna be really tight, and it's just gonna be a personal honor. It's gonna be a personal title, It's gonna be the hierarchy is gonna be a little bit put it behind about our just team's points ranking. But still, once you're playing this kind of game, you definitely want to have some sort of personal title, individual achievement to make sure that, okay, I do have my own powers. Right? Okay, and our next matchup will be Fano play against MNH, and Glock play against Killer Gaming, PE play against DE. It's also going to be 3 best of 2, and it's going to be tomorrow. So just please stay tuned with us because tomorrow will be the day for the match day for Group B. And I do believe that after the first round, the second round will be totally different. So please stay tuned with us and we will see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye.